Back at it again.
Are we live?
I don't know. Okay, I think we're live. Okay, well, it'll go better. It'll go better next time. Okay, it's okay. It's okay. No one's listening, I think. Also, I need something to display on the screen. You know, I don't want to show my face. Oh well. Professionals. We're professionals now.
Just make a black screen with like red text that says "The Badcast Episode 2."
You're right.
Thor Ragnorak.
You're right.
Isn't there a program that transliterates your voice into subtitles, so you can just have like a really bad live text translation of what we're saying?
That's actually amazing.
Send that to me if you know what it is. I'll Google later.
Don't remember.
Okay.
After the episode, we do a recap.
Mm-hmm.
We pull snippets, and then we re-record the audio saying that's us. And then we'd be truly the Badcast.
Okay. You know what? I'm into that. It's kind of like the Star Wars prequels where they have they took it from a Chinese translation of the English and then translated that back into English.
Oh, yeah. And then redubbed it.
Yeah. Have you seen that, Barry? That's hilarious.
Truly beautiful.
Some of it's so bad where it's like so good.
So bad it's amazing.
Alright, well, we'll just do it. We'll act like we're professionals. Alright, so welcome to the Badcast. The name isn't figured out yet, but we'll stick with that because it's bad.
I kind of like it, though.
Kind of like it? Alright.
I kind of like it, though.
Kind of like it? Alright, today we are joined by our three hosts. Me, I'm Sam, or Ducky O'Brien. We've got Barry here.
What's up?
And then we got Isaiah.
What's up?
Live from Hawaii in a mall, believe it or not. Jank setup. I'm gonna show it real quick on stream.
Based on the dumpster quality of his audio, you can assume that is completely true.
This is him. There's
absolutely.
Yep, there we go. And then today we're gonna talk about Thor Ragnorak, obviously with spoilers. And
I love the way you say that, by the way, Ragnorak.
Oh, Ragnorak? Dude, I always misspelled it because I thought the O and the A were switched, but it's Ragnarok, you know? So when I'm spelling it, I would put the O first and the A last because I figure it's Ragnorak, right? But it's Ragnarok. Ragnarok. But like when you like pronounce it how it's spelled, it's Ragnarok, you know? Anyways. Subtitled The Prisoners with Jobs, because that line is hilarious.
Prisoners with jobs.
I don't like the S word. Prisoners with jobs. Alright, we're going into the intro. Just talking about whatever news piqued your interest. I have none because my life is boring, so if you guys got anything to talk about here.
My life is equally as boring.
Okay.
I just spend more time traveling.
Exactly. Again, Iceman or Isaiah is in Hawaii. Kinda jealous.
Just being a bum every day.
Just being a bum?
Going to the beach. Sleeping on the beach. Drinking beer.
That sounds like the life, dude.
Well, I don't know. What has happened in this last week?
YouTube drama. That's all I heard about.
There's just some YouTube drama.
I don't really care about
useless YouTube drama.
Yeah.
A couple of new trailers have dropped. John Wick has opened.
Heck
oh
yeah.
My god, I can't.
John Wick has opened.
Okay.
I cannot wait.
Dude.
Detective Pikachu has finished its first frame of box office take. Pretty strong.
Pretty strong. Almost beat Avengers, right?
Yeah, it tried its best, and it's still number 2.
Yeah.
It opened.
It's okay. Just wait for the last Pikachu movie where like all the Pikachus gather together and they fight. I don't know, something. Team Rocket. It's gonna be great.
Team Rocket.
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah, they opened. If nobody out there knows, Detective Pikachu opened to number 2 after Endgame had been running for 2 weeks. So Endgame was still number 1.
That's amazing.
After 2 weeks.
Can't beat Endgame, dude.
Pokemon being the most valuable IP of all time, which I mentioned last time.
Thanos is inevitable.
And it opened less than Endgame in its third week.
Just pretend.
Disney, no, not Thanos.
Yeah.
Disney is inevitable. Okay, Disney is
Disney's
inevitable.
inevitable.
They also this is news. Disney also now fully controls Hulu.
Oh no!
Really? They bought out Hulu?
Wait.
Yeah, they completely control Hulu. They now have Disney Plus as well.
Yeah. So how does that work then?
Hell yeah.
I don't know. I think they control like 90% of media that we're gonna consume. Okay. It's disgusting. It's disgusting.
I don't know if I like the sound of that. Okay. Yeah.
I have not tried Hulu in a while, by the way. Although
Hulu got worse and worse and worse, dude. Yeah, it used to be good.
Apparently, if you have a Spotify subscription, it also comes with a Hulu subscription.
What?
I pay student, so it's $5 a month for Spotify Premium and also Hulu and Showtime for $5.
Okay, that's not bad.
So it's not bad.
It's not bad at all.
I pay more than that.
Need to be a student, bro.
Yeah, okay. I'm a student of cinema.
Just enroll to online college, dude. Just get that EDU email.
Enroll to an online, like a community college. Yep. I applied yesterday, got in one day, easy clap.
Easy clap. Always a student.
Christ. Okay, yeah. So that's news. So the Disney takeover of the entire universe is progressing smoothly.
Okay.
As expected.
As expected.
Just as Keikaku.
Only to end in a epic battle between
Disney and who's going to be left alive?
Versus Amazon.
Amazon and Tencent. And I think those are the largest corporations that I know of.
Amazon, Tencent, Google,
Microsoft, yeah.
Microsoft is hilariously turning it around.
Really?
They have open sourced a massive portion of their empire, as it were.
Wow.
They've open sourced the Bing search algorithm.
Okay. I mean, no one uses Bing.
It's useless at this point.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, that's still a pretty core technology for them.
It is.
And like, if you had said this to me like 5 years ago, it would have been unthinkable.
Totally.
Yeah.
I think I don't remember. They've open sourced a lot of stuff, and they also the current CEO is really pushing for that direction. I don't know what their long-term strategy is, but it's interesting to see. They're also officially supporting Linux, I think.
Yeah. Natively built into Windows, right? So you can use the terminal.
Yeah, they're reworking terminal. They're really redoing a lot of stuff, I think. I want to say their approach now is software as a service.
I don't like. Yeah, I think you're right, but I don't like software as a service if it doesn't fit.
I mean, I don't know. It doesn't. This is all like most of it's not going to affect us as a consumer.
Yeah.
It'll affect corporate accounts.
Hopefully.
Pretty majorly.
Yeah, I guess.
And I mean, Windows Server as a product is obviously probably their main focus. So I don't know. We'll see. That's all I have to say. We'll see.
Okay.
I don't know. I know a very little bit about software as a business. So it's an interesting little tidbit.
Gotcha. All right.
Other than that, I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll go over the movies, the upcoming movies, real quick. Other than John Wick 3, which was mentioned, Spider-Man: Far From Home. Yeah.
Let's take a quick moment for John Wick 3.
Okay. All right.
Because this movie, I don't know about you guys. I really have anticipated this movie quite a bit.
Yeah.
It's like a little bit of a renaissance for Keanu, right?
It is.
Yeah. The return of Keanu.
The return of Keanu. I mean, they're just so well done. they're just so it's like a love letter to the genre, you know.
Yeah.
I really loved it how they don't give him a lot of speaking lines. They know Keanu's strengths. It's not acting vocally.
No, I mean,
yeah.
okay, he I wouldn't say he's the best character actor out there,
Of
but
course
he does
not.
have some range.
He does.
I
He
think
does.
that it's very all the choices in these movies are very, very deliberate.
Yeah.
Right?
Plays to his strengths.
Yeah. But I mean, we can talk about the John Wick trilogy another time. But overall, I just think it's just wonderful. And the best part about this is it's given Keanu enough clout that now he can do Bill and Ted.
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
Bill and Ted.
He now has enough Hollywood clout to do Bill and Ted 3.
Oh man.
Which is amazing.
Oh my god. I don't think the world is ready, dude.
No one is ready.
And no one's ready. All right.
I mean, one other little bit of news. I think they're rebooting Ghostbusters again.
I thought they were doing that already with Bill Murray and all the original cast on, right? Or no?
I mean,
long time ago. Still,
they're rebooting the male version.
No, they're rebooting it. They're rebooting the reboot Back to the Future again.
Okay.
Which is interesting because Harold Ramis is dead.
It's like
such sadness.
That is really sad because he's a very talented writer now.
They're like hologram it. That's what they're gonna do.
I mean, they can do whatever the hell they want. They brought back Brad Moff Tarkin.
They did. He didn't look real though. It looked like weird, dude. Like a robot.
I mean,
what is it? Uncanny Valley?
Uncanny Valley, dude. It was like
Uncanny Valley for sure.
It was something was way off when I watched that scene.
We're gonna talk some Uncanny Valley in the upcoming Thor Ragnarok talk, by the way.
Gotcha.
We're gonna have some deep discussion about this.
All right.
Really?
What else? We got Spider-Man: Far From Home.
That looks pretty good. Not gonna lie. Also, I mentioned this last time too, but I really hope that Mysterio is a good guy.
I like the optimism.
I want him to be the good guy. I don't want to be like the other Spider-Man movies where like you see Doc Ock, you know he's gonna be bad. Like you see the lizard dude, you know he's gonna be bad for a little bit. But like, you know, don't do the thing where like you introduce a villain, he's good at first and it turns bad later, or he was already bad from the beginning. Just have him be good, you know? Just saying. It'd be nice if Mysterio was a friend, you know?
Just see the audience and be like, got him.
Got him. Yeah, you thought he was gonna be a villain? No. Hey, you see Kingpin? Guess what? He's helping homeless people now. He's not dealing in crime.
Spider-Man, he's the villain now.
Spider-Man's the villain. He's beating up this poor man trying to help homeless people, and just doing his thing.
There is a comic book story about that.
Really?
It ties into Spider Island. Has to do with Mr. Negative, who is essentially a like crime boss character who has split personalities that are completely separate from each other. And one is like a humanitarian. He sets up like homeless shelters across New York. He's a super great guy. He does tons of charity, and the other guy like just murders people all the time. Mr. Negative. So that is in fact a Spider-Man plot. Yeah, it's a modern. I mean, it's like a super cheesy Jekyll and Hyde.
All right,
but it's there. If they like, Spider-Man has a vast and only maybe 60% crappy rogues gallery.
I mean, you can talk about like all the Batman villains that are useless, like Calendar Man. We won't go into that. We won't go into that.
My hope is that Jake Gyllenhaal sticks around. I hope.
Yeah, me too.
I think he's great. I think he would be great in the MCU.
I think he fits the role of Mysterio pretty well. When I saw it, whenever I saw.
I actually think he fits Mysterio very poorly.
Really?
But
I'm talking about like the good guy Mysterio. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about villain.
The character of Mysterio. Like, do you guys know anything about Mysterio?
He has a fishbowl for a head, and he doesn't have powers, just gadgets, trickery.
Right. So I mean, his thing is that he was like a special effects
special.
guy.
I remember that. Yeah.
He has like he's like a smart guy. He does like hobbyist like robotics engineering, whatever hand wavy stuff so that he can make this stuff happen, right?
Electrical engineer.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. And then he basically tries to fool the world into thinking he's a superhero with all these special effects.
That's what's gonna happen in Far From Home. I know it. But I wish not.
I really don't think so.
Really? Okay. I hope not.
It's too easy.
Okay.
They'll just keep him true to his villain roots.
Yeah, I mean, based on the Vulture in the last movie, I mean, they'll keep the core of the character there, but I think they're really good at doing the modern retelling of it because Michael Keaton's Vulture was great.
It's pretty.
I actually really liked it.
I liked it better than the cheesy '90s cartoon Vulture, just an old dude.
Yeah, exactly. They're like just adapting it.
Yeah.
To like modern times, which is really nice. But yeah, like the character of Mysterio, he was always like super cheesy. He's got the fishball head. Is the special effects guy. He shows up. He's like, "I'm Mysterio," and like, he does this crazy magic stuff.
Holograms.
And, like, holograms. He's like messing with Spider-Man, Spider-Sense, and it's just like super cheesy. I mean, he can be an interesting character. It just takes a good writer, you know. But I mean, Jake Gyllenhaal. He's not the cheesy.
No, of course not.
That's not what he is.
What I saw in there was like the potential to replace Iron Man, because the movie's all about the world needs an Iron Man, right? So instead of Spider-Man being Iron Man, because he's a spider, what if Mysterio is the new Iron Man? That's all I'm saying. What? Like just gadgets, tech, smart dude, like
What if Spider-Man became the next Iron Man?
Spider Iron Man.
They already have Iron Lad, right? From Spider-Man 3, the kid. He popped up in Endgame, right? In the final sequence.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. So I mean, they're setting up. It's like so wonderful and yet so disgusting that they're setting up stuff that they can pay off literally 20 years in the future, right? They're putting these people in the background.
Crazy.
20 years from now, when you're telling your kids, remember Iron Man?
I remember I am Iron Man.
This kid's gonna show up and he's like, hey guys, remember me from that movie 20 years ago? Well, I'm here now.
That's me now.
I'm here.
That's me now. Oh my god! Like,
it's gonna be wild.
It's like I have to swallow the vomit, like surging up in my throat at the thought of all this.
And we welcome our corporate overlords with open arms.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I just want Mysterio to be a good guy, and there's another bad guy. It could be Earth Mysterio, I'm just saying, what if there's two Mysterios?
Earth 616, man. I talked about this last time.
Yeah. Anyways.
He's from fucking Prime Marvel Universe, dude.
That means he's the villain. He has to be a villain then.
I don't remember where the hell Mysterio is in current Marvel, because it's currently all new, all different Marvel, which is just a giant dumpster fire. Who knows?
Who knows? No one knows.
They can do whatever they want with it.
They can always retcon
they literally just retcon the entire universe.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, pretty
whatever, man. Whatever. I'm not going to go into that can of worms at the current moment, but they in the last 4 years, they just reset everything and then undid the reset and then redid parts of it.
Yeah.
It's disgusting. It's terrible.
All right, let's move on to the next trailer.
Star Wars?
Star Wars? Rise of the Skywalker.
Following up the most underrated movie of all time.
No, following up one of the worst movies of the generation. Also, why do they call it the Rise of the Skywalker when Luke is dead?
It's because Rey's gonna be a Skywalker.
No, they said her parents are nobodies. She's a
They're
nobody.
definitely gonna go back on that. There's no way.
They're gonna
As soon as I
retcon
saw
that.
it, they're
They're gonna
she's gonna be
retcon.
nobody. Because she can be like any one of you, and then
Yeah.
they'll be like, oh fuck it, no, she's actually a Skywalker.
It doesn't
totally see
matter.
that coming.
They're just gonna write their way out of
Yeah.
it.
Wait, do you know what would be funny?
Hey, you know
Yeah.
what? I'm just gonna make a Hail Mary here. I'll
Alright,
bet
alright.
I'll bet $5 US.
Okay.
Wow.
You're on.
$5 whole US dollars.
I'll bet
Okay.
5 whole US dollars that the Asian girl is a Skywalker.
Oh, dude, I was gonna say the same thing. That Daisy was a Skywalker. I was gonna say the exact same thing.
$5.
Okay.
Have it recorded right here. Who
All
wants
right.
in?
All right.
Alright, my $5 is on Rey being the Skywalker.
I think that's probably the most likely case, but I'm going with Daisy. I'm with Barry on this one. Daisy is the
Really?
Skywalker.
Or they'll double down and make Kylo Ren the Skywalker.
Oh wait, he's
Oh,
already.
He is a Skywalker.
He was a
though.
Skywalker, yeah.
Exactly.
This is
No,
too
so
easy.
Man, in that last movie, I just wanted Kylo to switch sides so bad.
I
Wasn't that
wanted
amazing?
them to be like I wanted Kylo and Rey to team up, but then like Rey becomes more violent and Kylo becomes less emo. That's what I wanted. So they're like a mix of good and evil, you know, a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I wanted the movie to end when he reached his hand out to her, but we can talk about that in a different
yeah.
podcast.
Oh, I thought you were gonna
It's worth
say
its
the
own
movie to
discussion.
end when he was shirtless, and I was like, I don't know.
No, I wanted that scene to be like twice as long, honestly.
Why? Why was this scene there? He's just a sack of.
Because he's wide, bro.
He's thick. Well, who's gonna like that scene? I can't think of a single person.
I like that scene.
You like that scene? Alright.
I like that scene.
Alright.
Twice
I unironically like that scene.
Okay.
We can talk later about why.
We can talk later about why Last Jedi was one of the worst movies.
The worst movies of the best movies of all time?
Yeah, sure. The
Yes.
best
No, I
worst
agree with
movie?
that statement.
Okay. I can stand behind that statement, I guess.
Alright. What else? Godzilla King of Monsters.
Godzilla
right?
King of Monsters
That's
looks
coming out.
amazing.
It's a follow-up to the movie starring Quicksilver and
Quicksilver, okay.
Scarlet Witch.
Really?
Right?
Wait, is it really?
Was it?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
I'm gonna look this up on IMDb
Okay.
really quick. Hold on.
While you're looking
Amongst
it up.
yourselves.
Yes. So I think Barry was the only one who mentioned this movie and was hyped for it. So I was like, how good can this movie be? So I watched the trailer, and it looks fantastic. Kind of reminded me of Pacific Rim, but instead of robots, it's just monsters fighting each other. So I was like, this is...
Really?
Yeah, it's really good. Like, the production value looks amazing. Godzilla kind of looks fat, though. He's very thick. So maybe people are into that. It's fat Godzilla, you know? It's not skinny Godzilla, it's fat. He's thick. You got a lot to love.
That's the new 2019 trend.
Yeah.
He's got the junk in the trunk, dude.
He's like... He can like... I feel like he waddles around. I feel like he can't walk. That's how fat he looks. Just looks like a lizard.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It is in fact Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch.
Okay.
It was husband and wife.
Oh,
Brother and sister.
okay. That's a little messed up.
Which sort of works depending on which continuity of Marvel you're reading.
I guess.
Interesting.
Interesting. This is Game of Thrones. Okay.
In Ultimate Marvel, they have this implied Wincest thing going on. But
Are you
anyway,
serious?
yeah, no, I'm 100% serious.
Oh my god. Okay.
Wait, who
Okay.
is that? His granddaughter or something?
Elizabeth Olsen and CJ. No, sorry, Aaron Taylor Johnson. Was that? Yeah, Aaron Taylor Johnson, who was Quicksilver for all, 10 minutes he was on screen in Age of Ultron.
He lived as
he did.
Yeah, he did.
He died like he lived, running.
Running and very fast. Very fast.
Gotta go fast.
Same.
The 2014 movie. I don't know. Did you guys see it?
Which one? Godzilla?
Godzilla.
I think I did.
No, I didn't.
It was really forgettable. It featured Bryan Cranston as a top billed actor, and he was in it for like 5 minutes.
Wait, was that the one where they found the baby Godzilla and they take care of it?
No, that's the
2008?
Roland Emmerich film in like 1995 or whatever. I don't even remember.
I think that's the one I watched. They found baby
like
Godzilla.
It was the hyper cheesy one.
Okay.
It was just not very good. But Godzilla 2014 was it was cinematically much better.
Okay.
I heard it was pretty decent. Yeah.
It was a little bit mediocre. It communicated the scale of Godzilla much better than I think any movie has.
Okay.
Which is he's the size of a skyscraper. It feels like like Pacific Rim, where like every step has weight.
Yeah, because he's fat.
Which is like because he's fat.
Yeah, he's fat.
I don't know the movie. I'm not even gonna give a recommendation to watch it because it's okay. Like if you see it on Netflix or something, spend a minute. It's alright. It spends a lot of time on like the really boring human characters, which are Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. Yeah, I just want to see Godzilla doing his Godzilla thing. And this movie seems like a lot more of that. Although it could very obviously be an unfortunate amount of whatever the human characters are. But it's a Godzilla movie should be about Godzilla,
Exactly.
But I don't know. I'm kind of excited for it. I just like the genre, the giant monster, giant robot genre. I liked Pacific Rim. I did not watch Pacific Rim Resurgence because it was a giant mess.
Okay, I didn't watch it either. I was just lazy.
I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth your time.
Unless we rip the movie apart, maybe we should watch it and do something else.
If you want to take an example of a great idea turned into absolute trash, we can do that.
Okay. Down for that.
We can disassemble what happens when a visionary director walks away from a project and hands it to somebody that doesn't understand the genre, the subject material, the characters, or like filmmaking in general. It's just a fucking disaster. Guillermo del Toro, by the way, is the guy that did Pacific Rim.
He also did Shape of Water, which was I love that movie.
Yeah,
I've not seen that movie.
It's pretty good.
Is it?
Woman has relationship with Fishman.
That's a great movie. It's about a woman into fish.
Guillermo is a guy that has.
He also did Pan's Labyrinth.
That was memorable.
That has a very specific look and vision to his movies.
Yeah.
Which comes through and makes them really wonderful. And Pacific Rim was kind of his love letter to like the giant mecha genre because he loved like Gundam or like Big O or like all those
Big O.
Like those like super like campy, cheesy like giant robot anime. And this was Pacific Rim was that live action on a screen with a budget. And it was great. It was kind of great.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, it had plenty of problems, but like you could tell that he cared about it.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, Resurgence, nobody cared about that movie.
They cared about the money.
Nobody cared.
Yeah.
But I am excited for King of Monsters.
It does look good.
Not because I care about the Godzilla mythos or whatever.
Of course not. No one cares about it.
Like who cares?
It's a giant lizard.
Yeah. But I think it could be a fun movie.
Totally.
Which brings us to I think the last major movie coming up, which is Men in Black International.
Have you seen the trailer, Isaiah?
Thor.
Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know it was Thor and Valkyrie. Those are the main leads. What in the world?
I'm so excited.
I'm what's the opposite of excited?
Disappointed. Flabbergasted.
Apathetic.
Rejected.
Depressed.
Existentially
Deeply
apathetic.
Okay.
This is studio cash grab at its best, guys.
I don't care.
I mean,
I don't care. I'll watch it anyways.
I'll probably end up watching it, but it's definitely a cash grab.
Absolutely.
But, and I don't know if you guys picked this up, but I strongly suspect it's an international cash grab. This is probably going to bomb domestically in the U.S.
And then do well
It's
everywhere
probably going
else.
to do very well overseas, especially in Asian markets.
Where they can't understand
in
English very well.
Yeah, I think it's going to do well in Japan and especially China.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Which is kind of, yeah.
Because they love Marvel.
Yeah, Korea. Marvel is like the next coming of Stanley Christ.
Or StarCraft.
In Korea. From what I've seen, it's like the top grossing IP in Korea by like a couple orders of magnitude or something.
Interesting.
It's pretty impressive, honestly.
It is. That brings me to the point. Marvel. Yeah, like Barry had a good point, because remember Spider-Man, was it 3? With Tobey Maguire and Sandman?
Oh, yeah.
You know that movie was not that great, right?
Yeah.
But I was talking to people.
That's pretty generous.
Yeah, alright. It's generous. Alright, it's generous. But I was talking to people who English isn't their first language. They love that movie because they don't know like what's going on. So they're like, oh, it's shiny, it looks nice, not a sand. Alright, I'm in. So I think you're spot on. I think they know what they're doing.
Yeah, it's it's an ongoing trend where this movie is probably the most obvious example I can think of recently, but like they're just cashing in on the growing Chinese box office, Asian box office in general. Just like grab whatever garbage script off the shelf, take some well-known actors that are popular in that area, and just churn out a movie, and it'll make some money.
Oh well.
There will come a breaking point because, as far as my general opinion on the matter is that like cinema audiences in America and Europe have had a lot more time to grow super cynical, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
Like we've had time to digest like the terrible comic book movies of like the late 90s into early 2000s.
Fantastic Four.
Spider-Man 3, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, Spider-Man 3 is a piece of art.
But I mean, we have like the history of cinema started in the U.S., so we've been around it for like nearly 100 years, you know. And it's only more recently that cinema has kind of emerged in China and Asia and these growing economies, and they are full steam ahead. People are just eating it up. But there will come a point where people realize, hey, this movie is not really that good. So they're just, I don't know, they're cashing in while they can, I guess.
Makes sense. I'm gonna piggyback on that real quick. And so one genre that isn't good yet are video game movies, and guess what? They're making a new Mortal Kombat movie. So I'm kind of excited to see how bad it is. Yeah, I don't know any details about it. I didn't look into it. I want to go into it blind because I remember watching Mortal Kombat 1, and I was like, as a kid, I was like, this is sort of okay, I guess, So I'm interested, like, how bad could it be in this day and age, right?
If you want to get really technical, Detective Pikachu is the most recent video game movie. Oh. Because it is in fact an adaptation of an actual video game.
It is Detective
Pikachu was a video game.
True. I don't fully count it as that because they have a lot of TV shows too, so we'll see.
No.
A lot of movies.
I'm gonna 100% count it because I think it's the best way to do a video game movie.
You're right.
Which is you take the premise and the setting.
And nothing else.
Right? And essentially nothing else.
Yeah.
Like you can copy paste like a character and then just do whatever you want with it.
You mean like the Sonic movie?
Well, that remains to be seen.
Yeah, we'll see about that
Sonic? Oh my god.
But like the narrative, okay, the narrative structure of a video game does not really lend itself to a movie, right?
No, of course not.
It doesn't translate well. Yeah.
Yeah, like the whole idea is that you're a character insert, right? Like you're living through an audience insert. Like the Master Chief is not a character. Okay, he is not a character.
It's like, how dare you? He says a few words.
It's why the recent games have kind of failed, is because they're trying to make him a character and he's just not.
He's just a guy.
I mean, he's not even a guy. He's like the power fantasy audience insert, and like kind of can work, but like in general, you need like charismatic, like you need Indiana Jones, you need Han Solo, you need Luke Skywalker, you need some character to.
Well, Luke Skywalker's dead now, so.
You need some sort of complexity.
You don't need a lot of complexity, but you need enough to make people feel feelings, as opposed to insert themselves and project their feelings into the film, which doesn't work really for film because there's no interaction, right?
Yeah.
There's no choice, there's no agency. So Detective Pikachu does it well. It's just like, here's an idea, here's a setting, and here's Ryan Reynolds just playing Deadpool through Pikachu.
Yeah. Also, it's like a competent movie, like from start to finish. Like, I don't know how they mess it up with video game movies so badly. Like the Dead or Alive movie, Street Fighter, the Chun-Li one.
Street Fighter.
Yeah, like.
There was a Doom movie with The Rock.
Oh yeah, the Doom movie with The Rock. I'm like, how the heck? Just make a decent. It's not that hard nowadays, right? Just. Anyways, just going on around. I don't know why video game movies are like some of the worst movies I've seen.
There's a couple reasons. One is that nobody believed in it.
It's true.
For the longest time, and the second is Uwe Boll.
I was gonna say Uwe Boll. Prick Uwe Boll.
Uwe Boll. Okay.
Wait, you don't know?
No. I don't know.
You don't know who Uwe Boll is?
No. Please.
Oh.
All right, we're gonna do a quick cinematic history lesson.
All right.
Here we go. All right, Uwe Boll is a German director who made a substantial number of video game movie adaptations in the early 2000s. I want to say late 90s, early 2000s.
I'll check real quick.
He made
keep
like
talking.
Blood Rain, Hitman. I want to say.
Hitman.
He did Postal.
I want to say. Did he do Postal?
He did a Postal movie, I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna check it real quick. Just keep talking.
Okay. Anyway, this guy is basically a joke. He made these movies entirely based on the fact that the German government created a giant tax windfall for anybody who would make films in Germany with basically a German crew, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So he would produce these movies with like a cheap script with German cast, German crew, whatever, and produce it for X amount of dollars, and he would receive a tax windfall for X minus like $5, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And basically any box office rake was profit, essentially. So he would just churn out these awful movies based on like some video game, and they were just so bad, but they would make money, so he'd keep making them and keep making them and keep making them, and then like reached a saturation point where people just stopped giving a crap, and it basically ruined video game movies for years. Up until this point, just like nobody has taken it seriously, because like in Hollywood, it's like law, right? You look at precedents and see how they made money, and in Hollywood, you cannot make money with a movie like that. There is
Yeah.
no German government to hand you
Yeah.
like
They're not gonna
$25
give you money
million
like that.
to make a movie just
To make
because you're making a
stupid
movie.
movies.
Yeah,
They're the stupidest movies.
and like just nobody took it seriously for a very, very long time. And now that Hollywood is creatively bankrupt and scraping the bottom of the proverbial barrel, they're looking into it again. They're exploring video games, they're exploring anime, like we had the Ghost in the Shell movie, which failed like miserably.
I'm just gonna put this in there.
You telling me Scarlett Johansson is not Asian?
No.
Listen, I'm not
Yeah.
going to blame
What?
any of that on Scarlett Johansson. I'm not going to blame.
What? Emma Stone is not.
There is
Is not
no
a
fault
half
in Scarlett
Asian?
Johansson.
Wait, Emma Stone was in the Ghost in the Shell movie?
She was in Aloha.
Oh, Aloha, okay.
The movie about like, I don't even know what it was about, but people just gave that movie so much crap.
There's like Battle Angel Alita.
Oh, that was pretty
Ghost in the
good.
Shell. But people are realizing that, like with the success of Marvel, people branch out and say, hey, there are all these creative IPs out there that have very dedicated fan bases and interesting stories, and it's basically a script sitting on the shelf waiting to be purchased for X amount of dollars, and maybe we can make some money off of it. So it's an interesting time. I'd say the next 5 years or so could be great, or it could be like a flaming turd rolling down the hill. I don't know. Who knows?
It would be a return to the early 2000s.
I was gonna put in there Wreck-It Ralph was loosely based on video games, and that turned out pretty decent. At least the first one. I didn't watch the second one. I
watched the second one.
Was
it
it
actually
good?
Not bad.
Okay.
I enjoyed it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Again,
yeah.
Like they're not following a game plot or whatever, right? They're taking a concept, a setting, and some characters, and like, hey, let's just have some fun here. That's how you should do it.
Thanks, Satan.
Thanks,
Satan.
Yeah. But yeah, if you look at his profile of movies he produced, it's like random films, and then all of a sudden, you see House of the Dead, and then after that, it's all video games. Blood Rain, In the Name of the King, A Dungeon Siege Tale, What in the World, Postal, Alone in the Dark, Far Cry, Rampage. Wait, he made a movie called Auschwitz?
Wait, did he make the Dungeons and Dragons movie?
It's not on here as producer, but who knows? He could be director.
Oh, because that movie was a giant piece of shit.
And then he probably had something to do with it.
That was one of the worst movies I've ever seen.
Let me check real quick. He could be director.
One man's career. The entire genre.
Which is incredible because it had Jeremy Irons, who was great, and it was just so bad. Like it was it was unintentionally bad. Like usually when a bad movie gets made, everybody's aware that it's bad, but this movie had people that cared about it.
Oh, that's truly unfortunate.
It was so bad. Oh no.
3.7 out of 10 on IMDb.
And that's IMDb, which is extremely generous in terms of rating.
Yeah, I don't see Uwe Boll as director or producer.
No, but... I don't know what creative monstrosity led to that project, but it's oh god.
Hey, can't be worse than Birdemic. I'm just saying.
I aspire to be like those Hollywood directors who direct like a flaming piece of shit, but they win awards for it, and so they posthumously remove their name from the project and don't receive the award. I aspire.
Oh, what's the director name? There's like a name directors and writers use as like a insert to say I made this, but I don't want my name attached to it. Yeah. I forgot, man. I'm gonna look this up later. It's like semi Hollywood insider knowledge, but when a director needs some money and makes a piece of shit, he just does it under a pen name. And there are lots of these movies. There are lots of these movies floating around.
Makes me laugh, man.
All right. Well, while you're looking that up, let's move into the main topic. We've been, believe it or not, talking about other things for 40 minutes. Dang, this could be an extra long podcast.
Yeah, this is gonna be a long.
This is gonna be extra long, yeah. But the main topic, Thor Ragnarok. This is a movie that's near and dear to my heart.
And mine.
Yes, and yours. Barry doesn't have good taste, so I'm just kidding. Because Last Jedi is a good movie.
He's not a man of cultures. So,
not a man of cultures like we are. But yeah, we're gonna talk about Thor Ragnarok. I'm just gonna dive into it. I think when we talk about it, you have to talk about the opening sequence. Right?
Absolutely.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
For the record, I don't think Thor's a bad movie.
I'm just joking, dude. I'm teasing you. I'm teasing you.
I think it's a great movie. I just think it has some really big flaws.
I think so too. When I watched it twice today, and with each viewing, I started to notice some of the flaws a bit more. We'll get into that though. I think there's problems with pacing and in some parts. Anyways, the title sequence. Anyways,
so we're doing this chronologically then, right?
We can if you want. I just want to talk about the intro because I think that's kind of shows why the movie is great. The good parts of it, in my opinion, kind of like encapsulated in this one short sequence. It doesn't last more than 10 minutes, I would say. Maybe 15 at the longest.
Yeah. Oh, it's even shorter. It's like 5.
Yeah, I'm talking about to the title card too. Like it goes
to the title
card. Yeah,
pre-title card.
Pre-title card. Yeah, let's get into it. You guys want to start it off or?
So how does the movie open? Thor's in a cage, right?
He's in a cage. He's having a monologue.
He's in a cage.
Yeah.
It's just cold open into a monologue. Chris Hemsworth. And quick side note, I think this movie is entirely a result of people realizing that Chris Hemsworth can be funny.
Yeah.
They're like, wow, he has range.
I wouldn't even call it range. I just think he's pretty good at comedy. And it only took them like 14 films to figure that out.
You know what it took? Getting rid of Natalie Portman. That's what I'm just gonna put that out there.
I mean, I don't even know. I don't think they wanted to get rid of her. I think she just wanted out.
I'm glad.
I think it benefited both parties.
Yeah, I think so too. She just sucked the fun out of Thor.
Yeah, I don't think
she's a fun vampire.
Yeah, originally they probably didn't have a really long-term vision for what they were going to, like how they were going to deal with the character eventually. And then Chris Hemsworth showed up. He's like, "I'm fucking Thor."
Yeah.
And I like you see little bits of who he becomes in Ragnarok kind of poke out over the course of the last 11 years.
Yeah.
And I wonder who it was that one day in like a writer or a producer's meeting said, "Hey, that Hemsworth guy, he's kind of funny, right?"
All credit to Taika.
He can do some comedy, right?
Taika gets a lot of credit, but Chris Hemsworth, I think, deserves a lot more credit than people probably give him.
I think so too.
I think that he deserves credit too because I think he had the ability to give a lot more creative input in terms of the script this time around, which is why he also it allows him so much more room to be funny.
Going into that too, but like Isaiah posted the script, so I was reading through it, and when you read through it, you realize that it doesn't sound at all like what you hear in the movie. The actors brought the dialogue to life, and they put pauses in where there weren't pauses. They have inflections in there, and it's the delivery is masterful. Like if you read it side by side, like the script, and then you're reading it while you're watching the movie, you just realize how much life they put into these short lines. And I was going over with Isaiah, I think forgot when, but just if you read the script and you listen to it, you notice that it's a lot of incomplete sentences. It's run-ons. You'll see it because it's commas. It's just like a phrase here separated by a comma, another phrase. And it's very rhythmic when you listen to it. It's like there's a cadence to it. Yeah, you can add pauses in for effect, and I thought that was kind of masterful. I thought the dialogue in this movie was some of the best done I've seen in a long time. Other things well done as well. We'll get into that, but I just wanted to throw that in there. The intro kind of shows that. It showcases that.
So the intro cold open is pretty wonderful.
It is.
Because it accomplishes what the intro is supposed to do, which is establish the tone and the setting.
Yeah.
Which astonishingly a lot of movies fail at.
Yeah. Like it does. You know, it's gonna be funny because, like, first of all, when it starts off as a monologue, you just think it's gonna be a typical monologue, right? But then, you know, he goes into fought some robots, saved the planet a couple of times, and then he calls the Infinity Stones some magic, colorful Infinity stone things. Didn't find any, and you're like, what's going on, right? This is funny, right? You don't like, it's immediate. It's not like they inject humor in random places. That's the problem I had with Star Wars, where it's just like too serious, and all of a sudden, cute penguin bird out of nowhere. I'm sorry, it's trashing at Star Wars, but like,
do you remember the Ewoks?
I know. Ewoks too. Ewoks are like, what is this? But it's like kind of showing that it's both serious and funny at the same time. A little bit.
Thinking back, I remember in the theater, there was a moment, like the opening monologue was still pretty in line with what they had done before.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
But like, I think the moment was when Serta was having his villain monologue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And Thor was just slowly spinning around. He's like,
on the chain.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Okay. I'm like, oh, okay. This is what we're doing now. Mm-hmm. And it was kind of perfect. It was a great moment to kind of reset what you should expect from this movie.
You're so spot on, because I forgot who I was talking to, but I was like, the moment I saw Thor spinning on that chain, I knew that this movie was going to be straight on comedy. Like, you saw hints of it in the monologue, but it could have been just Thor being witty, or, you know, just throwing a little bit of color in there for the dialogue. And then when he's spinning, you already know that this movie is going to be different.
Yeah, it's not a comedy, but it's definitely more comedic.
It's comedic, yeah. I would call it witty, like. I mean,
it definitely emphasizes it like much more than previous Thor movies.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like one example. Yeah.
Like, funny line I can think of from a previous Thor movie is like when he's drinking from like that giant, what is it, like mug, and then he's like, "This is delicious," and he just throws it on the ground. He's like, "Another."
That
was like 15 minutes into the first movie, dude.
The other moment is like, he's like, "I need a horse," and then
I remember that.
Like, "Oh, we only have like cats and dogs." He's like, "They give me one large enough to ride."
That was funny, yeah.
Yeah, the first couple movies were entirely like fish out of water humor.
Yeah.
Like I think the one big moment that stood out for me, which I think was kind of improv, was when Thor was in Thor 2, when Thor shows back up after Natalie Portman had done Natalie Portman things, and they're just in her apartment, and they walk through the door, and he like takes his hammer and he just kind of like puts it very carefully on like a coat hook.
Yeah.
He's like, "Don't break." I'm like, oh, okay, that's very cleverly humorous.
Yeah.
Whereas this one goes full on humor.
Yep.
And it has a chance to kind of play around with all the characters, and it kind of it's very self-reflective. It's very aware of how ridiculous everything is.
Yes, it's fully really self-aware. Yes. The dialogue reflects on that multiple times in the movie, of how like stupid some situations are. Like the characters notice.
I'll give a lot of credit, because it's not only reflected in the performances, but also in the way it's shot and the humor, and there are a lot of little details. And part of the weakness is also part of the strength in that there are moments where, looking back, I'm not sure if there are directorial choices that are deliberately making fun of itself, or if it's just a little bit crappy.
If it's like in the second half, I think yeah.
Okay, so all right, so we talked the opening sequence, which it's really hard to find fault in. I don't know if you guys point anything that
No,
might
I can only
potentially...
point out how amazing it is.
All right, I'm gonna go through the things I really liked about it, which is it set the tone really quickly. It was well shot and acted, and it established a musical motif that pays off very well later.
Yes.
Which combines very well with the action. If you pay attention, it's edited and shot to sync action with music, which is like I don't think it's Edgar Wright, and I don't think literally any other movie in the Marvel and the MCU does it. Usually music is just kind of in the background and like you don't care,
which is why
except for the
Guardians,
like, whatever, you know. That's the only theme that you will ever remember, except for the Spider-Man theme, which they just kind of like splash across your face like a fucking cum shot. I mean, you know what I mean. Like music is used as a very, very far afterthought in any of these movies, but here it's used very tastefully, I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, anything else? That was mocapped by Taika Waititi, which I think you were unaware of.
I wasn't. Yeah.
Dude, I freaking love Taika Waititi.
Couple of side notes. Yeah, I didn't add this in. I told Barry already, but did you know Surtur is the voice of Mr. Krabs? The demon monster with the smooth, velvety voice is Mr. Krabs from SpongeBob.
That's actually amazing.
Yeah, that's amazing. So like, I'm gonna do an edit where I just replace Surtur's voice with Mr. Krabs' voice in that one scene, but I'll do that later. But one thing is the dialogue is so smart. Again, the delivery is so good too. Like Thor, son of Odin, and then he's like Surtur, son of a B. I thought my father killed you, and it goes on, right? Kind of reminded me of Shakespeare, where like he it made it rhythmic on purpose, so it's easier for the people to deliver it and remember it. And then again, Barry mentioned the scene with the hook and the chain, and we're slowly turning. It's so funny too, because it's like then you have seen Ragnarok, the fall, blah blah blah, and as he's like telling him his great plan, he's slowly turning, and Thor's like, hang on, right? I'll be back around shortly, right? It's funny too, and he does it again, and then not only that, they make fun of this villain, and he just takes it. So he's like, Thor's like, then you'll grow as big as a house, and then he's like really defensive, a mountain, right?
He's like a
mountain, and then it's like, okay, where is this crown? And he points to his head. It's like, this is my crown, the source of power. And then he's like, oh, I thought it was a big eyebrow, and then he's just like grumpy. It's a crown, right? And then it's like this villain that you can't really hate. He's just there as a plot device. He's not really important. So one thing I noticed with this movie is the things that the people there didn't really care about, they just push it to the side. And if they need to do it, they do it quickly. So then they have Surtur deliver his monologue, which is funny, but also sets the background of why it's called Ragnarok, right? Like, it gives he says it a couple times. They give you a foreshadowing on what's gonna happen at the very end. Like, it does all these things in a short amount of time, and they don't like to waste time on that. And then they spend a lot of time on scenes that they really care about, like Thor swinging around in that chain, right? It lasts a while. Like, if you compare it with the time, there's another scene I'm gonna go in the later on where it's like they didn't have to put that in, but they totally did. But like the dialogue and the way it's delivered, I thought was incredibly smart, and that's apparent throughout the rest of the movie. Not in all parts, right? There's some parts where it's like, this feels a little out of place, but other than that, like the comedic delivery, like everything Barry said was shot well. Naked Hulk, anyone? That scene too, like yeah. The dialogue, the delivery of the dialogue, the music, everything just meshes together. They kind of, I think in the very beginning they edited it very smartly too, where they cut out everything that's unnecessary and takes away from the vision they had for that movie. For the beginning part. Later it kind of gets more sloppy, but just want to throw that in there because this, man, it does so much. Not only that, I want to keep going, and then as if you got anything to add on to that later. It develops Thor's character. So like that villain said, you can't stop Ragnarok. Why fight it? And then he says because that's what heroes do, right? So it kind of shows perseverance, and it kind of shows up later when Hela comes in and it's like, why fight Hela? It's because it's what I do, and I think I like this because he doesn't care about being a king. He cares about doing the right thing, especially for innocents and those who can't defend themselves. And this contrasts so hard to Fat Thor, and I'm gonna go into that later why I don't like it. But
okay, let me interject really quick.
I'm done.
This is just like really quick, like an example of rule of threes, which is a thing in movies. Like you set up a premise, you remind the audience, and then you pay it off later. This sets up. That's what heroes do. They remind you later on when he's talking with Hulk and the Hulk with the techno cocaine dream Hulk apartment.
Yeah.
And then they pay it off at the very end, right before the final action sequence. Rule of threes.
Yeah, it's repeated.
It's repeated. I think so. This opening sequence highlights one of the strengths of the movie, and also one of the, I don't know if it's a weakness. It calls into question everything that could potentially be wrong with a movie. It's kind of confusing, frankly. The dynamic between Thor and Surtur really establishes the entire dynamic of the film. In fact, in that they're kind of making fun of themselves.
Yep.
With these super serious, played completely straight, like one-dimensional villains, played against like the super humorous, like Thor and the weird stuff, and like it frames the entire movie in that opening sequence, and it allows you to forgive a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff.
Yeah.
But like a couple of times you stop and you say, wait, is this on purpose? Is this purposely crappy? Or is this just actually crappy?
That's why I like
to be funny or just bad.
But it's clever. It's clever filmmaking in that it sets you up to allow you to forgive some of the major sins.
Totally. Just real quick, someone wrote in chat, nice tube TV. Sounds like thanks, bro. And then Whoopie's lurking. Thank you for lurking. I'm gonna probably edit these out of the podcast, or I'll just leave it in because I'm gonna be lazy. But back to the point.
I hope everyone in the live studio audience is relentlessly complaining about Isaiah's audio quality. You can hear
children
like,
in the background,
population of Hawaii in the background.
Yes, you're welcome.
Is there anything you want to add in? Because I think this intro is, even to the title card and how they introduce it. Oh my god. Anyways, I'm gonna shut up. Just anything you want to add on to it. Yeah.
I don't know. For me, one of the biggest things, or like things that I took away from this movie, was just how much I love Taika.
Yeah.
That to me was probably my biggest takeaway. Like, after this movie, I became a lot more interested in him as a director. So then I watched maybe like 3 or 4 of his other movies, like What We Do in the Shadows, Hunt for the Wilder People, all incredible films that seem so similar to like Edgar Wright and his style of directing and his own style of like writing dialogues. I don't know, just building a scene. So yeah, I don't know. I think Taika Waititi is just a genius.
Okay.
Flat out simple.
Genius.
such a boring character like Thor, who is like, oh yes, I must fight for honor.
Yeah. I'm Viking
I will
man.
die for my people.
Yeah.
Viking man. To someone who's comedic and funny and more relatable. And I think that is no small feat by any means.
I agree.
Transforming the genre of Thor from being such a serious action movie to being what he described as, I believe, a space opera.
Mm-hmm.
I think that that's amazing. Like, and I totally get it. Like,
I get it too.
A space opera. Yeah.
Yeah, this space is comedic space opera too. That's the best part.
Mm-hmm.
One other thing to add in, before the title card comes in, you get introduced to Scourge, and I actually like this character in like a microcosm because he's also funny. Not because he is funny, but because the audience can laugh at him. And the dialogue here is amazing too, because one of his lines, he's like talking to two girls when he's supposed to be watching the Bifrost, and he's like, "Behold, my stuff," and he just points to it, and then he picks up two guns, and it's like, "I think I got it from a place in Midgard called Tex Ass," right? And this ass joke comes out a lot, like Asgard, Asberg, like Devil's Anus, like they say ass a lot, and I just think it's funny as heck. And then he names the gun Des and Troy, because when you put them together, they destroy. I'm like, oh my god, this guy is so stupid but so funny. Because later, when like Thor's like calling for the Bifrost, it's like Heimdall, he's using a shake weight. He has an actual shake weight in the movie. He's like holding it like this and is like making the sound. And again, I think they put a lot of color into this side and minor character that normal movies would have just like, is it just a dude? And then you just kill him off or he's gone, right? Kind of like the Warriors 3, which kind of made me a little sad, but I think that was intentional. Oh
no, the Warriors 3, that was perfect.
I know, that's perfect.
That was entirely...
I know why they did it, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. Allow me a little brief nerd interlude. Scourge is an actual character from Marvel Comics. Mm-hmm. He's a real thing, including the assault rifles named Des and Troy.
Okay.
That is a thing from the comic books.
Mm-hmm.
Cheesiness included. He in fact is a Asgardian warrior with two assault rifles called Destroy. And the only reason that character worked in this film is because of Keith Urban and how he manages to pull a ridiculous character completely straight and yet entirely funny.
All the acting is so well done. Yeah, and the delivery of the dialogue. Also, like, I said this to Isaiah, I think. He reminds me of Uncle Rico from Napoleon Dynamite. He's kind of like a tragic character, like... He's shallow and materialistic, but all he wants is to be recognized. But he doesn't have the balls to do it, so that leads him to do a lot of shady things. And in the end, to kind of, to reclaim that, he has to sacrifice something. Whereas Uncle Rico's more tragic because he just grew up. He could have died getting beat up by the Rex Kwon Do dude's wife. I mean, Rex Kwon Do dude by himself when that scene. Anyways, just a little side note there. I didn't know that he was an actual character, because if it was an actual character, I'd be like, that is a ridiculous character. It would never be in the actual comics.
He's not an important character, but he does in fact exist in that exact form. I'm going to completely disagree with you here. I think Scourge is a throwaway character. He is completely useless.
Oh yeah.
He's like entirely garbage. But
in regards to the plot,
in regards to everything, he's an expository insert. He's there entirely to move the audience forward in the plot.
I'm not saying he isn't that, but to me, because like again, the microcosm, if you took him out of that storyline, he's kind of like the archetype for a tragic hero, kind of almost, kind of like Uncle
because
Rico.
He's there so that Hella can turn at the camera and explain what's happening to the audience. That's entirely the.
I get that.
Like,
because
there
he is
are
the
a
audience.
dozen scenes where she's turning to Scourge and explaining things, but actually she's just turning to the audience.
I know.
Here's what happened 500,000 years ago.
I get that. But that doesn't take away from the fact that in the very beginning he shows off. I know. All I'm saying.
From it a lot. The only reason it works is because Keith Urban is there, and he's like, "I'm going to play this 100% seriously, and we're gonna just make it work."
Yeah.
But he's like a garbage character, and it's a complete plot contrivance. And like Taika really leans on it.
Yeah.
But like it's inconsequential because it's like the least important part of the film.
Exactly.
Even though it's the central, like it's so weird because the central conflict is the least important part of this film.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna get into that too. But like just saying, like I don't think that takes away from the character for me because if I just ignore that middle part, because like the beginning and the end and then are there, but then the entire like 90% of his storyline is exactly what you said. It's just for the villain to, tell her what she's gonna do or what's happening to the audience. But like, if I just ignore that, I think it's still intact. Again, I'm not saying he's important, but I'm just saying like I saw that color added to that character. Otherwise, no one would remember him. I think. Anyways, going into that too. So I think this is the genius of the people who made this movie, because after the title card, right? We're just sticking on Scourge right now for a little bit more. You know how Thor comes in and then forget everything else, but like the scene where he's like, all right, I have to go announce your arrival, right? And then Thor just ignores him and goes, and then
just like flies down.
Yeah, he flies down, and then Scourge goes waddling after him. He just goes, and then he runs, right? They linger on this scene for a few seconds, and then it pays off because later he runs in and is like, Thor, Odin's son. And then Loki's like, you had one job. And like, they linger on this. They could have cut that out, but they linger on scenes that are like important to them, like the delivery of the humor, the development of just like the comedy through what's happening on the characters. And I also like during the scenes where she's expositing, I think you also hit on a point that he did an excellent job acting, because on his face is always a look of regret and remorse. He's like, I know this isn't right, but I have to do it to survive. So if it was just any other actor, I think he would have just been blank faced, right? And no emotion in the scene. But in the scene where he has no dialogue, he shows it through his face that this is why he's gonna make the sacrifice at the end. You know it by looking at his face, because he feels. I am. But
he played that reference is Judge Dredd from Dredd, also played by Keith Urban.
Yeah, I am the law.
He's very good at these single note characters that have to be played completely straight in the context. You cannot do them like in a meta context, otherwise they become stupid. But he just does it straight on, like we're gonna take this completely seriously, even though it's a retarded character.
It is. Like, why would you use guns and ads? Anyways, back to what you're saying, where like the story isn't really important, and I agree with that, because like the movie rips out a lot of the story and just focuses on the character and the moments that they think is important, except for the second half, which is like a huge fan service arc. The second half is the longest arc. It's like they stay in Zakar for a long period of time, and then there's a long fight scene in Asgard.
Which is the best part of the movie.
It okay.
The best part of the movie.
Sure. Yeah. And then like
Grandmaster
Jeff Goldblum. Okay, anyways, I like
Jeff Goldblum playing Jeff Goldblum.
Jeff Goldblum is he's not acting. Yeah. But like, I think you're right, because one thing I liked, if you watch this again, the editing points towards that. It's like, we don't care about this actual story, so we're gonna focus on what we think is important, and they'll linger on scenes that normal directors and editors would have cut out. I think that's why this movie feels different to me.
So okay, going back to that moment where Thor speeds off in the distance and like Scourge chases after him, I actually just rewatched it, and I actually think it could have been done a little bit better if they lingered on that shot a little bit more.
I think so. Yeah, it would have been funny.
Because it was like maybe 10 frames.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like I don't think he would have be put in the beginning.
I actually freeze framed it, and I'm like, wow, this is really funny.
Yep.
Like the shot of Thor just like disappearing, pinpoint into the distance,
and just waddling.
Scourge he's like, he's like jogging after him. Like it would have. It's like this really short moment, and if you had given it like another like 2 seconds, it could have been 100 times funnier, just to give the audience a minute to appreciate how ridiculous it is to chase after the God of Thunder.
Yeah.
30-mile long rainbow bridge.
Also, the payoff would have been better too when Loki's like, "You had one job," because it would imply that he was running the entire time.
I'm sure they shot a bunch of inserts of Carl Urban running down the rainbow bridge.
Oh. I
would like 30 minutes. Like, oh my god!
That's just the whole movie. It's him running there.
Which like that scene, by the way, brings me to my point about how kind of meta this movie is, and how much time you have to think about whether or not Taika is actively making things crappy to like kind of poke fun at the last 2 movies, or if it's just like inadvertently crappy. Because if you watch it, like the way it's lit, the way it's shot, it looks a little bit like a crappy daytime drama, in that if you watch it again and you spend more than like half a second paying attention to the extras in the background, they're just standing there and they're like, "Oh, look at what's happening in the foreground." And they're like fully in focus, and like with like mostly even lighting and these ridiculous costumes, and they're just like standing there looking directly at the camera. And you're like, "What the fuck is happening?"
Okay, what am I looking at?
What am I looking at? Am I supposed to care about these people?
Actually, good point.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
And like, I want to give credit to Taika and saying that it was deliberate to just make fun of how fully Shakespearean theater the last two movies were. But it's just like, it's so distracting. It's so distracting.
Wait, counterpoint though is, I was watching an interview with Taika Waititi, and he actually said that a lot of the choices they made in the film were completely intentional in trying to be like, this is a high-budget movie, but we want to shoot it like it was a low-budget film.
Okay.
Like, if you watch the film, like, you know the scene where they're flying in the spaceships?
Yeah.
And Thor and Valkyrie just jumping around, punching the ships to the ground, because that's what they do.
Yes.
It's like, the ships are just one color. They're super simple. Like, the designs are really crappy.
Okay.
But that's the point. And that's part of the general aesthetic that they want to go for. And how, like, everyone's costumes are super stupid.
They're really stupid.
For the main characters.
Yeah. Dude, do you know the part where he pulled the guy out and it made, like, a really high-pitched alien noise? I thought that was kind of reminding me of low-budget, old-school, like, sci-fi a little bit.
Yeah. Which I think is kind of what they were trying to play into as well.
I think it might have been intentional, because that was the scene where they're having the play, and that was so good. Yeah, so good. Dude, it was Matt Damon, Luke Hemsworth, and Sam Neill as Loki, Thor, and Odin. I was like, what? There's 3 stars here. What is this?
Okay, so that's not even the best part of that scene. The best part of that scene is that it's
Odin.
It's Odin. It's him playing Loki, playing Odin.
Yeah. Dude,
you're like 4 layers deep in there.
Oh my god.
So well done.
It was so well done.
It's really, but like it's so well done that it makes the next scene worse. Was the problem. it just makes the next scene worse.
You're talking about the scene on Earth or
the scene in Norway?
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Because it's so meta and it's so wonderful that it immediately makes the next dramatic scene after that worse when Odin dies.
Gotcha.
And like, oh man, there was.
I didn't really like that.
I didn't like the scene either, but I think I know why they put the scene there, but one other thing, like you're spot on, because the acting is so good. Because when he's drinking from a cup of wine, he looks over, he sees Thor, right? Thor's like, father, and he looks around, he's like, oh shit, and he like swears, right? And you know it's not Odin, you know it's Loki. And it's just like, oh man,
and it's like, it's Anthony Hopkins, playing Tom Hiddleston, playing Anthony Hopkins.
It's like, you're going in like an onion.
And it's wonderful, but like, it's a terrible send off for the character. It's fucking Odin, Allfather, and this is his last real scene. And it's played for laughs. As wonderful as it is, it's played for laughs. And this is his last real moment, you know.
Yeah.
And then he does. I must go. My people need me.
Yeah. Okay.
Like what?
You know what? Let's jump into that real quick. Unless you had anything to add on to that, Isaiah, because this scene is also awesome.
The play scene, I thought it was so funny.
It was so fun. Yeah.
They pull Matt Damon,
Matt Damon,
an A-list actor, to play Loki, and then they pull like the truly lesser known Hemsworth to play Thor. That just made me laugh.
Oh yeah, it also
that was such a Loki thing to do.
It is, and like they mentioned about Loki turning Thor into a frog, and apparently Frog Thor is a thing. He's called Throg. And he wields Frolnir Frog Hammer, and he's part of the Pet Avengers. I don't know, so that was kind of a neat. I thought it was just a funny joke, but apparently it's a reference. Anyways, back to that. Let's get to the point how they get to Odin. So then, to get to that, they have to go to Earth to meet Doctor Strange. They don't meet him, but like, so it's kind of like. This is the part of the movie that's the weakest to me from when they go to Earth because what happens is
this is where it starts getting sloppy.
Yeah, they only have this part. So for the rest of the movie, they don't focus on moving the story forward. They just to sprinkle it in there, but they focus on the moments that are funny and then the character development. But here it's just purely moving the story forward. So they're like, okay, how do we get to Odin? We got to go to Earth. And then why does Doctor Strange come in? So he can show them where Odin is and just teleport them there. So they don't have to worry about how do we get to Odin, right? Yeah. So, but even in that scene, there's some humor. The dialogue is witty. It's Shady Acres retirement home. You know, South Park has it. Ace Ventura had it. Girls come and take selfies. Thing? Yeah.
And they write out Natalie Portman in a single line.
Yep.
A single line. With an extra. With an extra.
Mutual dumping. Yeah, it's so sad that Jane dumped you. It's a mutual dumping, and Loki's like, sure.
That's all you get.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, you're gonna add something? Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. That scene. It makes me so sad because that was filmed in Brisbane, Australia. Right?
Oh, and you could have been there.
That was around the time I was in Australia.
Okay.
But it was like a few days before I got there, so some of my friends actually got to go and like watch them film that scene.
Dude, lucky.
But I unfortunately could not. It's a big regret.
Okay, we could have seen you in the background as a tiny blur, you know.
I could have been an extra.
Yeah.
How unfortunate.
All right, couple of things here. I'll just.
I mean, what would they have cast you as, like a mailbox?
Yeah, no, you're part of the rubble. You're part of the brick. Like you see Isaiah's face in one of the rubble piles. You know, we got the Wizard Man. It, like, conveniently teleports everyone out. Some funny lines though. The infinite beer. It could be, I guess, foreshadowing alcoholic Thor. I don't know. he keeps teleporting him. It's funny. The dialogue's still funny. Master of the Mystic Arts. It's like, so Earth has a wizard. It's like, prefer Master of the Mystic Arts. It's like, all right, wizard, blah blah blah. You know, like
that was like
yeah.
That was a studio directive scene done very well.
Ah, okay. Yeah.
It's like that's clearly Disney / Kevin Feige saying we need a scene with Doctor Strange. We need a quick tie-in, and Taika just made it a little bit better than it could have been.
I think they should have done that for the rest of the movie because it feels a little disjointed in certain parts. But anyways, the dialogue, why didn't you call me? Because like I don't have a phone. It's like you could write an electronic letter. It's called email. And then Strange is like, do you have a computer? And then Thor's like, no, what for? Right? So I was like, oh, Thor's so stupid sometimes, and it's great. And then
just again, they lean on the humor to just rush you past the moment where like everything could be solved with an email. Right?
Yeah.
Again, we were going back to our quick discussion last time where
on Endgame, yeah.
Marvel leans on humor to take you past plot contrivances.
This was a huge one, and it just leads to an even bigger one. It's sad.
It's potentially a big one, but again, they're good about just like rushing you past it, like, haha, this is funny.
Yeah.
Actually, it's kind of stupid, but we're just gonna take it and move on.
Yeah, it's like, don't look at it. Don't look at it. Also,
don't look at it for too long.
Doctor Strange, yeah. He's like, I need a strand of your hair, and then Thor's like, my hair will not be meddled with. Right? A little bit of foreshadowing there too. I think it was crappy, but it was necessary. I think if they had to figure out.
Oh no, this entire scene was completely unnecessary. Yes.
Oh really?
But they did the best they could with, like, if you had deleted the scene from the movie and just had Thor and Loki just run into Odin in Norway, it would have taken nothing out of the movie.
Okay, yeah.
If you had deleted the entire section, it would have taken nothing out of the movie.
Actually, you're right, because
yeah, they just like go from point A to point B.
You're right.
That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, they could have done away with the retirement home, and it could have just been like, I left Odin in Norway, so they could have just edited that out. But
like they could have just smash cut. We're in Norway. There's Odin. Here we are.
Awesome. Here we are, and here is one of the scenes that I don't like. The Odin scene in Norway. Yeah, let's get into this nitty gritty.
So here's what happened. And this is entirely theory crafting because I have no information. But Anthony Hopkins wanted out of Marvel. He was done. He was 100% done. He had other commitments, or he just had no fucks left to give. He said, I am here for like 2 days. That's it.
Okay.
You have me for 2 days. I'm done. Right? And they're like, we have 120 shooting days across 4 continents with everyone. What are we gonna do? And the answer is we're gonna shoot it in a studio against green screen whenever the hell we can. Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's what happened. Anthony Hopkins showed up for a couple days on a green screen set. He did his thing, and that was it. Which is why this scene is terrible. It looks terrible. It's not acted particularly well.
No.
It doesn't emotionally fit with the rest of the film. And it just looks like dog shit. It looks fucking awful. Like, I don't know. I want to say in every single Marvel film, there is a scene that looks awful. It just looks terrible. Like, we're going to spend all of our money on the rest of the film. And we're just going to we're hoping the audience just ignores how terrible this looks. Like, it's lit wrong. Like, the light sources look like they're coming from 3 different directions.
It also looks like a green screen.
Flat as well. Yeah.
It looks like it was shot on like 20 different days. Like, where they had like different cast and crew for every single day. Like, where do we put the lights today? I don't fucking know. We're like the scene.
Didn't you mark them? It's like, nah, it doesn't matter.
Where's the tape? Where's the tape at?
Like, we're not even shooting coverage. We're just shooting we're shooting B-roll, but now we have to shoot the main actors today. I don't know how to light this. Just throw some LEDs up. We'll fix it in post. Spoilers, they did not fix it in post.
There's no saving it in post.
It was awful. It was just so bad. And then Odin just my people need me. I must go.
Just eats out. It's like, I'm gonna go now.
And then he's just gone. Like we've burned through all 48 hours that Anthony Hopkins is contractually obligated to be on set, and that's all we've got. And then he's just gone forever, guys. Oh man!
It's like, hey, you know that sister I never told you about? Yeah, she's coming here to kill you.
She's coming, yeah. And okay.
and then Hela is just there.
Yeah, that's what I had a problem with.
That's all you get.
It comes out of nowhere.
Like, okay, all right. So like,
you just get an expository monologue, and then she's just there. You're like,
so like,
I'm Hela.
The problem I had with this scene, she's hella fine though. Like the problem I had with this scene is, okay, forget how crappy it looks for me. It was it felt out of it wasn't consistent with the rest of the movie. Like, you watch the intro, you watch the play scene, and all of a sudden here's this serious scene where they don't really focus on the characters instead of the story. It's just all moving the story along so that, okay, first of all, Odin has to die so Hela can come back, and then Hela somehow teleports to that exact location so that she can destroy Mjolnir, and then everyone's like, oh my gosh, she's OP, and then Loki chickens out, calls for the Bifrost, and then so they can go in the Bifrost and have a little anime battle and get knocked down so then they can go to Sakaar, and then Hela can go into Asgard, and everything there exists to move the story the way they wanted to, or introduce scenes in, right? And like,
yeah, it's just to get the characters from A to B.
And I felt like, so when Odin died, I didn't feel anything because they spent too much time trying to move the story forward instead of actually focusing on the characters, and they could have fit more.
There was no dwelling.
Yeah, there's no dwelling on it. There could have fit more humor in. They could have fit anything in on the characters instead.
I mean, his dad literally just died.
Yeah,
and not just his dad. He is Odin Allfather.
Like, there should be some consequences.
He is fucking Odin. Yeah. He's a literal god. He's one of the biggest shakers and movers in the entire universe, and he's just like, woo,
yeah, magic powder. And so, like, I thought, like, for that mythology, don't they go to a sleep and then come back later?
I remember that specific moment. I was in the theater with a couple friends who were not big comic book nerds, and like, he disappeared into like Tinkerbell dust. Yeah. And I stopped and I looked left and I looked right, and I'm like, what?
Yeah, what?
And like,
why
they looked at me, they're like, they just shrugged, they're like, I don't know, I don't fucking read comic books, you fucking nerd.
Why? This is not Star Wars, you know?
This is fucking Odin.
Yeah. What? And like, there's.
But then he just written off, and that's it.
Yeah, that's it. And also, the biggest problem is there's no emotional payoff. Yeah,
right?
Like, Thor is starting to get angry, and they're about to have a fight, and they should have had that tension built up between Thor and Loki. But it's cut so before it starts, Hela comes in and is like, hi guys, I'm your sister. What's up? Right?
Your hammer's gone.
The hammer's gone.
Your hammer's gone.
There's not even a shock. You're like, oh my god, you're my sister? Like, who are you again? Like,
yeah, I mean, but there's no plot payoff. There's no emotional payoff. Like, at the end of the film, it should be like, oh, I have now assumed my father's position as the Allfather. I am the king of Asgard. But instead, it's just like, remember that Odin guy? No, I don't.
No, I don't. Yeah,
we're in space
Odin
now.
Who?
Yeah, Odin. Or like
who?
Like Hela who? Like, he's just gone. Or like, hey, Surtur who? You know, like Asgard who? Like, again, not like I appreciate it because to them they want to focus on what's important to them. But to me, it was a little inconsistent when you have something that focuses on just moving the plot forward without the care and touch they put into the other scenes that they did with the movie. So for me, this was very jarring. It was like, you watch Thor Ragnorak, you see all these scenes that are resonant and like vibrant, it's colorful, it's funny. And then you see this scene where it's just like, what is this? I didn't remember it other than it was like out of place for me.
It feels like B-roll shot by like secondary crew. or maybe a reshoot, but I suspect it's not reshoot because I strongly believe that Anthony Hopkins was contractually obligated to
I believe you.
like 2 days. Like, I'm here for like 1 day, 2 days tops, and that's it. And I'm going, and I have no fucks to give. Right?
Yeah.
He gave a good performance for like the 1 day he was on set, right? But it's just pretty clear that that's all the time they had with him.
Man.
And then he's gone. That's it.
Like, Odin could have done something more. See, the dialogue was centered around moving the plot forward, because if he was really, it was really his last moments, he should have sent something more to his sons, like before he leaves, other than, I'm sorry I messed up, you gotta do this on your own, now I'm out. like oh Loki, I'm sorry, like blah, yeah.
But it moved like straight from like the fucking super comedy, like a little Shakespearean theater thing, and then he's just dead.
Yeah, I know.
It was like 5 minutes later, and there's no arc, there's no payoff. He's like we've had 3 movies with this character, and now he's gone.
Badass too, when he's like all decked out in full armor, and he's not like an old grandpa Odin. He's like warrior king Odin. And anyways, sorry. Anything you want to add in, Isaiah? Because I don't know how you felt about this scene. I watched it twice today, and every time I watched it, like, this scene stuck out more and more to me as something out of place.
I don't know. I felt like there was so little emotional payoff.
Yeah.
That's what really bothered me about this scene.
Me too.
I feel like the sad moments didn't hit as hard in this movie, which is kind of disappointing.
Yeah.
And then later on, when it's like, ultimately, what is it? The third act, where the character is like down in the dumps and they need some sort of motivational figure to speak to them, and it's his father from that scene. I was like, it's like, it's supposed to be payoff, but I don't.
Yeah, I don't think so. I didn't buy it.
Which they clearly shot in the like 20 minutes they had left over.
Yeah, I believe. Now that you mention it, yeah, I think I'm starting to buy that theory. Cheap green screen. All right, if we're gonna move on, unless you guys want to have something else to say.
No, we're like 2 hours into this talk, and we haven't even gotten past the first act.
All right, we'll just skip forward. All right, so Hela comes into Asgard, kills the Warriors 3 just to show that she's BA, and it's like, Scourge, you're hired, so I can talk to you instead of the audience. And then that scene's really short, again, just to move everything forward. And then we go to Sakaar here. And this is the scene where it's introducing Valkyrie and the world of Sakaar. Right?
How does that play out? He just like lands in a garbage dump.
He lands in a garbage dump. He stands up. There's garbage falling everywhere. It's super colorful. It's vibrant. It's kind of a nice contrast from the high-tech, clean Asgard to this literal garbage dump. There's Jank-tech versus high-tech coexisting. People come in. And it's like, are you a fighter or are you a food? And it's like, I'm just passing by. And then these Jank costumes are like literally trash bags with masks on, one color. I didn't notice that until Isaiah pointed that out. And they're like, yeah, he's just like, you think he has a chance.
Oh, no. Yeah, like if you take a moment to examine like the costumes in some of these scenes, like look at Jeff Goldblum's costume.
Awesome.
Go back into Thor Ragnorak and just freeze frame anytime Jeff Goldblum is on scene, and it looks like they went to like the local like Halloween costume shop.
Bathrobe, right?
They were like, give me whatever the cheapest shit you've got.
I think it fits though. It fits.
Like took some Rust-Oleum gold spray paint, and we're like, gold
glitter.
Yeah. I'm looking at a freeze frame of it right now. It looks amazingly bad.
Also,
I mean that in both senses of the word.
The masks they're wearing look like paper plates with like a coat of paint on it a little bit. But it's a scene where he tries to fight people, and then he calls for his hammer. It's gone, so he just starts punching him, and you think he can beat the crap out of him. And then the dude just shoots a net at him, and then he's down on the ground shocked, and all of them just pile up and they're just hitting him with sticks. And it's funny. It kind of shows that, like, first of all, it's funny.
Yeah.
Also, Thor is kind of in the dumps. He just went through a lot. He's not as strong as you think. And then Valkyrie comes in, He's like, Thor's mine.
He lost his hammer.
Lost his hammer. He lost his self-confidence, his source of power. And then again, it would have been better if they built that up. But anyways, she's drunk, falls off the ship. The music is tied with it. I think Barry mentioned that very well too, where it's like, I mean, the actual music isn't sequenced with that, but the use of it, where they stop the music and then she falls off the ship a split second later, and it's back on again. And then the dialogue here kicks in too. So she's like, wait, he's mine. So if you want him, you gotta go through me. And then these guys are like surrounding him, right? It's like, but we already got him, right? It's like, it's self-aware. It's like, what you said is just stupid. We already have the dude. And then she punches her gauntlets together and just shreds everyone with their ship guns. Like, they explode into shreds. And then it transitions to Thor's face on the glass wall of the ship, like just like knocked out. And then she's going in to meet the Grandmaster, and that's kind of like, oh, what's gonna happen next?
That never pays off, by the way. You expect a spaceship to pay off to something more, right?
Yeah.
It does. It just doesn't.
It's like, nope.
It literally never shows up again.
It's so sad because it's so cool. Like, anyways.
Yeah, it shows up for that scene, and that's it. That's it. That's all you get. And then it just disappears like a fucking fart in the wind.
That's the scene, if that jogs your memory. I don't think it's very important other than to kind of establish the world, the environment, the characters, the tone again. Again, smart dialogue, comedic timing, everything, but
it does reestablish one thing.
Yeah.
That hasn't really been touched on since, I think, Thor 1, actually.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say Thor 1 is the first movie that experimented with this, in that the way you make these all-powerful super deity characters relatable is that you mistreat them.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you just put them in a really dog shit place and like treat them like crap. Right, like he's like tasered.
Yeah, he's tasered multiple times.
There's a scene where he's like plastered against the glass, like passed out. Like, that's how you get the audience to connect with them, is that you put them in a really shitty place in a comical manner, where you can laugh at them, but in a way like laugh with them. Like, oh yeah, I've been like passed out in a puddle of my own drool before. That's a thing.
Yeah, I've been beat up by a bunch of people with sticks before. No, I haven't, but
I mean, it's just like they can like just wreck house at the drop of a hat.
They're not invulnerable.
That, like,
invulnerable.
Not even that. It's like, if you can make fun of them, then you can understand that they're not,
I see, they're not perfect. Yeah.
You don't have to diminish them in a power perspective, but you can diminish them in a comedic perspective and accomplish like kind of the same effect.
Okay.
It's the Superman dilemma, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where you have an all-powerful, immortal, invincible alien. How do you make them relatable? Well, you make fun of them a little bit, right? Because their power set precludes them from the ability to take harm from anything, right? So you make fun of them to make them relatable, because funny things you understand. You can laugh at something so you can relate to something. Which is something that DC has completely forgotten about.
Yeah. Okay.
Completely.
You want to talk about DC? Yeah.
What? Zack? What? Snyder? Who?
Schneider?
Like, we can laugh? What is that? But
I'm Batman.
it's a very classic cinematic crutch when you deal with these types of characters, but it's done pretty well.
Yeah.
And they lean on it a lot in this movie. But I just feel like I have to point that out for people that have been living with Warner Brothers X.
Dude, it's so great too, because Valkyrie.
And then don't remember that you can laugh at characters that are essentially all powerful. Which leads us.
Hela fights all of Asgard. She kills everyone. A little bit here that I wanted to pick out. We're just passing through this because it's not important. it's just showing how powerful she is and that she's in control. So Hogan comes out, the Japanese guy, and then
That's the name?
yeah, it's his name, Hogan. I had to look it up. Like Shogun, but with the H, you know?
No idea. Oh
I am
my
a Shogun.
God.
Oh no, I'm Hogan. Yeah.
There was the fat one, the mustache.
Yeah.
The Asian.
Yeah, the French guy.
They have names.
They have names, yeah. And here's the thing, she kicks him through the stairwell near the edge of the map, but after she kills everyone, he's rising up in the center so that she could stab him again in the middle of all the dead bodies. I was like, whatever, that's whatever. They go to the palace, and then you see Ninja Heimdall climb up the wall, steal the sword. You don't know it's Heimdall, and then that's a plot point, not important. And that transitions to Sakaar. And here is the Willy Wonka, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory scene where they're going through the psychedelic tunnel. It has the same song.
Yes.
Right?
Oh my God. No, okay. So it actually has pure imagination.
It does.
It has the musical theme in here, which I really loved because Taika paid some attention to musical motifs. It was wonderful. By the way, Isaiah, can you pull your microphone out of the wind tunnel that you put it in? Because
oh my God.
Okay. Oh.
Sorry,
all right.
It's just windy and it's raining.
Oh my! Are you still outside at this hour?
Of course. What do you mean?
Is this mall ever closed?
Over there.
Okay. Oh,
it's
it
like
is.
8 p.m. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was like Eastern or Western. So I was like, it's still. Okay, never mind. Hawaii's in its own special time zone.
Oceanic Standard Time.
I don't know what that is.
OST.
OST? Original soundtrack?
Yes.
Oh, anyways, yeah, completely pays off when you hear it. It's like automatically triggers that memory, and you know that people are gonna scream or like get crazy, and he's screaming, right? And then it just cuts to that scene and just like looking around, just like shuts up a little bit. You know, so funny.
Oh my God, that scream is so good.
Oh,
that is acting chops from Chris Hemsworth, where you realize, oh man, he can be really funny.
It can be. It was hilarious.
Like,
and it just like dies down. Oh. Oh, and then it introduces Jeff Goldblum.
Ah, yes.
With his crappy clothes.
With his crappy clothes, I thought it was perfect. It was perfect, spot on. Yeah, beautiful.
Like the first time I saw this movie, it was really distracting. So I'm like, what? It's just like a close up of Jeff Goldblum. I'm like, what is happening? And,
is this one a male?
Yeah, is this one a male? He's a male. Oh, it's like, how can you not tell? Oh my. Okay. Real quick here, as long as we're talking on Jeff Goldblum, his dialogue is, first of all, it references everything that happens, and it's hilarious because, you know, he's like, who are you? It's like, I'm the God of Thunder, and then he's like, a Lord of Thunder, right? And it's like, Sparkles, watch out for his fingers. Sparkles will come out when he's gonna fight the Hulk later, because, you know, when he tried to power up, it's like, what is that, right? And then, man, like, everything shows that he's kind of referring to what happened before, and he keeps making fun of Thor by calling him Lord of Thunder instead of God of Thunder. And like,
I love how they play that too. It's like, oh, so it's like, oh, you're like Lord of Thunder. It's like, I didn't hear any loud sounds, but those were some sparkles.
Yeah, right. Oh,
because thunder is a sound, not a.
Yeah. You're right. Oh, I didn't catch that. Oh man, it's another level.
Because that's like another level of self-awareness.
You're right.
They realize like, there's no sounds.
I didn't.
He says he's like God of Thunder, but he's really the God of Lightning.
You're right. I missed that. Oh my god, I'm dumb. But like, he keeps calling Asgard Asgard, Ass Place, Asberg. Yeah, Ass Place. He says that.
The Devil's Anus.
The Devil's Anus. The dialogue is so smart too, because it's like, I always call her. She is starts with the B, and then his second in command is like trash. And it's like it doesn't even start with the B, you know? Booze hag, and then oh man, the dialogue is so funny. It's just
she's in a couple of his other movies, right?
Really?
Yep,
Hunt for the Wildebeest, Wilder
Wilder
People.
People, yeah.
okay. I gotta check these out.
She plays
She's pretty wonderful.
She does a great job in Hunt for the Wilder People. Definitely recommend.
Okay, I'll check it out. And then there's some scenes that are, I think, just plot devices where he melts the cousin Carlo with the melty stick, right? I think. Okay, the comedy.
Okay, that's a little bit of a problem. I feel like there's a couple scenes they shot that they didn't include because that's clearly a setup for something later that they never pay off.
Yeah.
They left it in just to establish the fact that he's actually dangerous.
That's what I said. It was a plot device to show that he's a threat, but it was comedic, but it was out of place.
Yeah. I feel very strongly that there has to be more scenes where he brings out the melty stick thing to show that he's more dangerous.
I
but
completely agree. Yeah.
Ultimately, it's really inconsequential to the core of the movie, but it's funny.
It's funny. Thor's like, oh my god, the smell. He's like, I'm stepping in it. Yeah. With his reaction to it, it's so human, you know.
It's still like it's to give some stakes, and there's still really no stakes to the movie, but it's just a fun ride. But I feel like there's some deleted scenes out there where the melty stick thing comes back into play. But it was a little bit. It was like I was waiting the whole movie for that thing to come back to melt somebody.
It came back as a joke.
Didn't happen.
Yeah.
It just didn't happen.
Also, I think you pointed out something good too. Like this is the script that's been edited. There are a lot of scenes that are taken out, and I want to know what those omitted scenes are. Like I want to know what's
this is the final script edit. For those out there that are unfamiliar with how movies get made, there's probably dozens of drafts. There's a rough initial that establishes like basic things, and probably a pretty detailed structure of how the movie should go. It's probably about 100 pages, and then through shooting, production meetings, rewrites, stuff like that, it gets rewritten, condensed down, and then it gets rewritten again as the movie is shot, right?
Yeah.
If a set doesn't get finished on time, they cut it and remake it and insert that information and those payoffs into different scenes, and it's just like it can be a massive mess. So sometimes when you read a script online, it's usually the final like transliteration of what the movie becomes.
Mm-hmm.
But the initial script is usually like
far.
It's like up to 90% different from what you view on the screen.
Yeah.
And you will never know. Okay, you will never know. It gets lost to Hollywood history, but some movies get rewritten very little. Like, hey, let's improv a little bit of dialogue here. Some movies get written a lot, like a lot. Iron Man was a very famous example, the very first one, because it was shot during the writer's strike.
Oh, I did not know that.
So they had a rough initial script, and then any rewrites were basically done on the spot without the benefit of a quote-unquote writer.
Okay.
So it was a collaboration between Robert Downey, Jon Favreau, and Kevin Feige. And
it was just them riffing together, yeah.
Yeah, and they just kind of made it up because they had a rough script, but that basically that script never really gets made into the movie, right?
Yeah.
So you have to always view it with a lens of profound skepticism, like this is the script. Well, not really. Not really.
Yeah.
You know. But a little bit of internet history there. The original Iron Man writer strike. So if you remember how garbage everything that came out during that period was, Iron Man was an exceptional miracle.
I like the first Iron Man.
Saved that movie, man.
Yeah,
he's Iron Man.
And originally Disney really didn't want him. They super didn't want him. Like Jon Favreau and
he had to fight hard to
fight really hard.
Robert Downey Jr.
He is Iron Man, though.
Yeah, imagine in the multiverse, another universe where he wasn't cast, and we got like, I don't know.
Who would they have cast? I want.
Probably
Tom Hanks.
No, not Tom.
Tom Hanks.
Who played Captain Jack Sparrow?
Johnny Depp.
Johnny Depp was pretty deep in talks for.
Yeah, he was considered.
He was mentioned in the comic books as a potential actor for Iron Man.
I mean, I like him, but I don't think he would fit. Like the snarkiness, like the weirdness, maybe, but like.
Okay, that stuff was after the fact. That was all like kind of sort of rewrites.
Oh,
and
okay,
Robert
okay,
Downey kind of only like becoming the character. But again, like the scripts you find online, all this stuff, it's after tons of rewrites. And if you really do some archaeology, you can probably find that even though there's probably 1 or 2 credited writers for these movies, there are really dozens of them.
Gotcha.
There's usually a main writer.
Yeah.
For first draft, there's a revision. They might get the chance to do a revised edit of it, and then there's a on-set writer, potentially multiple on-set writers. They're just literally on set, like, hey, we don't have this prop, we don't have the set up this way, we don't have this actor available, we need to rewrite. And they literally rewrite the whole scene and try to make it work. And like if they had to list that out, the credits would be an entire another movie. It would be another hour and a half of people like, and this guy rewrote this line, and this guy rewrote this line, and this guy re-edited this scene. And it's like, oh my god.
Yeah, it would just be disgustingly long.
It would.
And complicated.
Alright, I'll just skip through what happens next. It's the scene where the Grandmaster is playing music, and it has that awesome tune, that future retro techno bit music. Yeah, the synth rock. It was a plot device to kind of introduce the music and reintroduce Loki into the scene. And that scene is hilarious because they're whispering, right? And that's what happens in movies. But then Jeff Goldblum comes in and is like, what are you guys whispering about? They're like, oh, right? They're like, oh man, someone's listening in on us. And I thought that was it's self-aware. The characters are kind of like aware of what's going on, and they kind of point to how ridiculous the situation is. Like if there are 2 people whispering together, other people would notice it. But in other movies, they're just like using that to deliver dialogue to the viewers. But they actually make fun of that. And then again, he calls it ass place, Asperg, Tex ass. And then this scene goes to where Thor meets Korg. Isaiah's favorite
insert.
Right
dude,
here.
I love Korg as a character.
Oh my god, dude. He started a revolution but didn't print enough pamphlets, so no one turned up except for his mom and his boyfriend, who he hates. He's just going. If you look at the script, it's a paragraph.
It's literally a giant rock paper scissors joke.
Yeah,
it's so childish, and it works.
It works. And
I heard that.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No,
I heard that a lot of people in post were super annoyed with Taika Waititi because he kept asking for like reshoots of those scenes and wanted to change the dialogue like after the fact.
Oh, but it was worth it. It was so good.
So good. Piss off, Ghost.
Yeah, piss off, Ghost.
Piss off, Ghost.
He like kicks it after he's gone too, so it's too slow. Yeah. And then the little scissor dude's like knife handing in the air, you know, even though he's not like looking in the direction of Loki too. That's why it's even funnier.
Meek,
yeah.
Those 2 characters, by the way,
yeah,
are actually in the comics as well.
Oh really? Korg?
They're completely different.
Are they like super serious?
They're so serious. Like it's a super dramatic story where like I'm not gonna go into big details, but it's World War Hulk. He lands on a gladiator planet. He fights. He marries a bunch of people. Like he joins with the gladiators. They fight for independence. He takes over the planet. Everything blows up. Boom.
Okay.
Whatever. Anyway, but Korg he's there. He's like he's not even a secondary character. He's like off in the background for most of it.
That's sad.
Oh.
And like the fact that like this nothing character is suddenly like interesting and funny is really credit to, I don't know, to Taika and to the script writing. It's really
Definitely.
good. He's just a rock guy. He's just there.
He's just there.
Meek is just there. And
he's just there.
Yeah.
Also, like, I like it because the revolution ties into them actually starting a revolution later. So it all ties in, nothing is wasted.
Yeah, the payoff.
Yeah. And then there's dead Doug,
Doug.
Oh, he's dead.
Oh, Doug's dead.
Hello, new Doug.
Yeah, hello, new Doug. That's okay. Anyways, I'll just skip through the other parts. So it transitions to Asgard. This is where it kind of gets lazy. Before they would have actual nice switches to the scenes. It's just like bam in Asgard. Hela conveniently destroys a mural where it's like, why didn't they just paint over the old one instead of building a new ceiling over the old one and then painting a new one on top of it? So then she can conveniently destroy it and reveal the history. And then this is kind of like her explaining.
Like we're coming back. It's just like we need an expository monologue to explain to the audience why we should care.
Yeah, and I was like, it took too long, too much effort for the rest of the movie where they kind of made it short, other than the Odin scene again, and I guess the scene on Earth, and I was just like, it feels kind of a little lazy to me.
Well,
it was necessary, but I don't think it was that necessary, but yeah.
We're calling back to like the kind of meta humor of the entire movie where like all of the Asgard stuff is supposed to be really cheesy and it's shot that way. It's presented that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I feel like
you think this was intentional?
Maybe I feel like I'm either too cynical or like too aware, but like either they're trying to point at it and then like highlight the fact that it's really dumb.
Okay.
Or like they're just doing it that way to excuse the fact that it's dumb. And I can't decide which one it is. And the reason the movie works is because everyone does their role very well.
Yeah.
Like Keith Urban as the audience insert works really well. Kate Blanchett is just
she's amazing.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
She like her role is terrible.
It's just there so they can fight against someone. Her character.
Like it's like if you hand this role to not Kate Blanchett, it would have been a terrible movie. But she has so much presence on screen, and every line is delivered so ham-fisted and yet convincing.
Okay.
And like you're like, what? How does this work? Like I've rewatched this movie so many times, and I listen to the dialogue, and I'm like, this is the stupidest line that has been delivered in a AAA movie in
all their lines are mostly stupid.
But it works because it's Kate Blanchett, and she's like, "Have you heard a single word I've said?"
Yeah, it's like okay, I was gonna point out that scene because she comes in and she's like, "Hi guys, I'm Hela. I'm gonna take over." Blah blah blah. I'm Hela. Yeah, I'm Hela. Fine, right? And then Hogan comes in and is like, "Whoever you are," right, with the typical Japanese accent. And then Hela's like she's offended. She's like, "Whoever I am, did you listen to a word that I said?" But she's completely serious the entire time, and it just works.
Okay, I have to point out a very specific shot in that scene.
Okay, yeah.
The whole
I might not remember.
The whole sequence is shot in mostly close up.
Or
coverage, Then there's like that reaction shot where she says, "Have you listened to a word I've said?" It moves the camera out to the comedic, super wide, isolated shot where she's in the center of the screen, very small, against like the Rainbow Bridge in the background. And she's minuscule, and the sound pulls back, so it's like she's on a stage.
Oh, okay.
And it's very quick.
I didn't notice it.
It's a single line of dialogue, and that is the moment that allowed me to excuse basically the entire character.
That one shot.
No, it is, because it's literally the director saying this character is literally standing on a stage and saying this shit, and this is how we're framing it, right? We're saying that it's stupid. It's like this like perversion of Shakespeare, and we're gonna make fun of it that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, but it was literally so fast. I could have done with a little more of that. Like
just a bit slower.
Just like shove it in your face like a pair of cheap tits. But I don't know. Like Cate Blanchett really carried that, like hamming it up, like full cheeseball mode.
She did, yeah.
Oh, it was so great, and she's like so ridiculously like hot.
Yeah.
As mega evil.
Yeah.
Hella
fine, dude. That's what I said. That's her name. It's hella fine. Hella fine.
I like that.
I honestly I liked her motivations as a character, in the sense of like her pointing back to history, like their history. I thought that was really well done, because it is true. It's like, how you're sitting on a throne of gold, but like, how did the gold get there? It's like, it was through blood. It's like, you murdered people, you conquered in order to take over. And I felt like that was kind of a motif of the British Empire. And it's like, oh, we're these civilized people now, but it's like, how the fuck did you get there? You got there by murdering millions of people, taking over countries to acquire this wealth. So I thought, that was, for me, I saw like that motif, that symbolism, was like, oh, that's really good.
It was really good too, because I'm glad you brought that up, because I think she was a kind of like a parallel to Thor, in that she keeps calling herself the savior of Asgard, and her version of saving Asgard is conquering the entire known galaxies, because she thinks that's the way to keep Asgard safe. And so like, they're both motivated by the same goal, it's just they're reaching it differently. So
like Genghis Khan.
Yeah, exactly. I will make this world safer by conquering it. Again, she's a throwaway character, all of that, but like, I think she did such a good job with the dialogue, and they gave her enough of a motivation where someone could kind of pull that out. Sorry, were you gonna say something, Barry? Oh.
Hello?
Did we lose
Barry?
Uh-oh. We will just keep going until we get Barry back, but yeah, you were totally right. So like, by the end of the movie, when she's fighting Thor and she keeps saying, I'm the savior of Asgard, I'm the rightful heir to the throne, it just gave, the character some character. It wasn't just I mean, it's mostly one-dimensional, but like, I could see her motivation and why she wanted to do it, and it made her a little bit more relatable. But we're gonna skip over to this part where she goes into Odin's treasury. So there's a nice little shout out to the Infinity Gauntlet, and she's like fake and knocks it over. She sees the Tesseract. She's like, well, that's nice. And then she sees Surtur's helmet or crown, and she says it's smaller than I thought it would be. Like, everyone is trashing on this guy.
Yeah, everyone can't catch a break.
Yeah, can't catch a break, dude. Like, even Thor, like, and then he's just like, I'm the punching bag. And then zombies, right? She's like, all right, zombie army coming in. Again, I thought it was kind of funny because she takes the flame and then she puts it in anime style and turns green because she's green. Like, why
she does the anime landing.
Yeah, she does the anime landing.
The superhero landing.
Yeah. Oh, one other thing I forgot to point out.
Sorry,
yeah?
I'm here. I just thought you didn't want to edit out the sounds of me peeing in the background.
We'll leave that in as a special treat for people listening. But
I'm sure some of the people out there are
totally into that. I forgot to mention one other thing too. They do pay a lot of attention to detail for the things they care about. So when Hela first comes out, her costume is ripped up because she's not at full power. But when she returns to Asgard, her costume is complete. So it has color to it, whereas before it's kind of like faded and ripped up. So I thought that was kind of a little nice touch there.
There are a lot of little details like that.
Alright, after that, we're just skipping over that because it's like, alright, she has a zombie army now, you know, because she killed everyone. So she's like,
the generic army of faceless soldiers.
Yeah, or Game of Thrones, you know. We'll go into that.
Seen Game of Thrones.
Alright. I won't. Okay.
I'm kidding. I don't really care.
And then we switch to Sakaar, and this is probably the longest section here. There's a bit with the whatchamacallit. A little bit with Asgard, alright, but from here on forward, it's pretty. The sequence is long, so this is where Korg is like, "Piss off, ghosts!" when Loki's trying to help Thor. There's like some sibling rivalry, right? Thor blames Loki. I wish again there's no emotional build up from this scene with Odin, so this scene kind of seems a little disjointed to me at least. And then it goes into the weapon scene. Where Korg is like, "Hey, you want this big wooden fork?" It's like, I guess it wouldn't be handy unless there's 3 vampires huddled really close together.
Oh yeah, that's a direct reference to
one of his
movies. In the Shadows. Okay,
you mentioned that before, I think.
One of his movies, where it's about 3 vampires living together in an apartment in New Zealand.
Okay.
And it's about their day-to-day lives, and the camera crew is following them around. Okay. It's so funny.
All right.
It's a mockumentary. Yeah.
Okay, I think you mentioned to watch that next, right? So we'll definitely do that. Sneak peek for next week. And then Thor is talking about his hammer and trying to describe it. And it's like, you wrote the hammer? And it's like, wait, the hammer rose your back? Yeah. It's like, no, I would.
The hammer.
The hammer pulled you off. The hammer pulled you off.
Yeah, oh my god, the hammer pulled you off. It's like the ground. Oh my god.
That scene got me so good.
It was all in the dialogue too. It was hilarious. And it just like showcases how stupid the hammer is sometimes. And it's just hilarious. When he's like, if you describe to someone what Thor does with his hammer, like Korg is just like the normal guy responding to the hammer and like how ridiculous it seems, right? I think. Self-awareness right there.
I felt like that was such a Kiwi joke.
Really?
Like that's the kind of things like a lot of like Australians or like New Zealanders. That's the kind of thing they would joke about. So I thought that was particularly funny.
See, I don't have that. I don't have a reference for that, so I didn't know that. But yeah, that scene was hilarious. Just gonna skip over that. Learns that Scrapper 142 is Asgardian. Like apparently that's a reference to the actual Valkyrie, whatever. Long story there, I guess. And then Thor goes into this long, awkward speech about like wanting to be a Valkyrie and how Valkyries are all girls, and there's like nothing wrong with women. I like women too much sometimes, and like it's like super awkward and it's like long. And it's like, oh yeah, it's about time we had a strong team of women. Right? And it was so awkward, but I loved it. Again, acting range right there, a nice social commentary, I guess, and like making a satire of that. And then in the background, after that awkward exchange, an extra is like, "Lord of Thunder, you're up next." Okay, keeps calling him Lord of Thunder. Gets his hair cut by Stan Lee, and then it leads into the fight with the Hulk. So, for me, I thought it was kind of a throwaway scene, other than the dialogue being awesome, and then kind of like the aesthetics are so cool. The armor with the face paint,
and the
helmet that like morphs and he puts it on, and his 2 swords that he like extends out. Felt like an anime.
It was a visual callback to how he looks in the comic books.
Oh, really? Okay.
like the helmet in particular is his helmet in the comic
Did he
books.
used to have wings on it or no? I remember, like some cheesy
Classic Thor had
version.
wings
Okay.
and then evolved into like the ridges. No, it's just it's a nothing thing.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like, hey, here's you remember this from the comic books? That's cool. You know,
It was just a cool throwaway thing that looked awesome.
Yeah, exactly.
I also liked
yeah.
how the way he draws his swords, it's the same way all three of the siblings draw their swords in the movie.
Okay, I didn't notice that.
Pretty cool callback to that too.
That's a nice touch.
The little flick.
Where they flick out with their hands as they draw the swords.
Yeah.
And also the line, "He's a friend from work."
Oh yes.
Like,
okay.
That is a direct line that was given from a Make-A-Wish kid.
Oh really?
To the director, to Taika Waititi. Like, when they were in the process of filming Thor Ragnarok, they had brought on like a Make-A-Wish kid, and then that was like his submission. That's what he wanted to see in the movie.
It works.
That's a direct verbatim line for what he said. So I just thought that was an incredible little Easter egg.
That is. Yeah. And like before that, it's funny because you see Hulk come out, and then Loki's like Ghostface. He's like, "I need to get off this planet," right? And then Thor's like, "Yes, I know him. He's a friend from work." Oh, I thought the differences in the reactions were so funny. And then he's like, "Calm down, Hulk," and then the music is soft and calm, and you think he's gonna change back, but instead he just grabs Thor and just whacks him around, and Loki's like, "Yes, that's how it feels," right? And I thought it was so funny. Again, not really necessary. It's just there for humor and aesthetics, and introduce Hulk there. But it was funny. I just want to point out one thing that was there, like when Hulk is punching the crap out of Thor, Loki seems actually concerned a little bit, so I thought that was a nice little touching moment there, or like he could relate to that, I guess. Sympathy, and then he sees Odin flashback, and it powers up for a little bit again to kind of reference what's gonna happen in the end fight in Asgard. But
the 30 minutes of Anthony Hopkins footage.
Anything you want to add for that scene? Because I thought it was kind of just straightforward, funny, fan servicey, visually pleasing.
I like that Valkyrie was just an alcoholic.
Yeah.
Like that was her bit.
Oh.
For the whole movie, and then it just gets solved. Like, no, I'm just gonna keep drinking. But we're just gonna move on.
I like that line.
Move on.
She's gonna move on, but she's gonna keep drinking, and that doesn't happen in Endgame. She's sober now, or maybe she's drinking. I don't know. She seems sober to me.
She has like 3 lines.
Yeah.
in Endgame.
She's just like, "Hi, I'm here. I'm here to take over at New Asgard, so you can go off on Guardian Street."
Wait, this is something I wasn't there for the last podcast, but for me, it seems so jarring to go from this Hulk to Professor Hulk.
Oh.
I like Professor Hulk, but that transition to me was like so off-putting initially.
So a little bit of backstory. This wrapped shooting around the time that Infinity War started shooting. So a lot of, and this is where script rewriting comes into play, because the Russo brothers, they have like a general guideline for how they want to do these, but the Russo brothers really didn't know what Taika was doing with this movie until they walked on the set and they were like, why does Thor have one eye?
Yeah.
Like, why doesn't he have a hammer? And that's why Thor immediately got an eye back and got his hammer back. They're like, well, we didn't write the script.
We need those.
Yeah, we need those.
we need those. We need those things. And they handle it pretty well. But like literally, it was like end of Ragnarok, like streamed directly into the initial filming for Infinity War. And like they had none of the props and none of the script writing in place to deal with any of those things, so they just casually wrote them out. And that's why that came about. Like literally, the Russo brothers are like, "Oh my God, he has one eye? No, we can't. No, just let's just give him
Rocket,
an
save
eye.
us.
Rocket."
I heard another reason why they wanted to get rid of. They wanted to like so quickly fix the eye thing was because the eye patch that Chris Hemsworth kept wearing and his stunt double kept wearing kept falling out during the fight scenes.
Makes sense.
Yeah, because it just didn't stick well.
It's just it doesn't have the string. It's just there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an example of happenstance that gets written into and then back out of a script. You know, it's like, oh shit, let's just like he gets another eye from a raccoon. And
out of his butt.
That's how that happens.
Came out of his butt.
And again,
you might want to watch that first.
They just lean on some humor right there, like, "Hey, I got this eye out of my butt, and it's funny, and we're just gonna
move on." Now you have an eye. You know, in fact, I forgot that he actually didn't have an eye after that. Like,
at the end of the movie.
Yeah, I just forgot.
Yeah, everybody just like he lost an eye, and now he has an eye again. Like. I think 6 to 8 hours later.
He wrapped filming, and then they're like, "Oh shit, we should probably get an eye again."
Yeah, let's put an eye.
Like in continuity, it's like, oh, I've lost an eye in my entire world, and I'm now the king, and oh, I have an eye again.
I have an eye again, yeah.
And then immediately, it's like, oh, Loki's dead.
Oh, Loki's dead. Oh, dude.
Well, like if you look at these movies chronologically, it's like, oh my god, like Thor has it worse than just about everyone.
Pretty much.
He lost everything.
Like he lost.
Mom dies.
Mom dies. Yeah.
Dad,
brother.
Multiple times.
Like he loses. Well, he loses. Let's look at it chronologically. He loses his dad.
First off, he loses his mom, right?
Oh, that's right.
His
mom first.
Film. That's like, I don't know, that's like a few years ago. And then he loses his dad.
Yeah.
And then he loses his brother. And then he loses his entire home planet.
Home planet, the Warriors 3, his buddies, ladies.
Oh yeah, his love.
His love interest, all of his friends.
All of his friends, and then like his planet, and presumably a lot of the people on it, because like there were like maybe like a couple hundred people on that ship, which is not the population of Asgard. And then he loses half of those guys. And then he loses his brother again. And you're like, oh man, this is like 3 years.
And he also loses an eye.
And he loses an eye.
And a hammer.
And a hammer, yeah.
This guy's been alive for 1,500 years. This shit happened in like 3 years. It'd be like if you went to sleep and woke up tomorrow and your entire family was dead and your eye was gone. Like, what the fuck?
I'd be like, I'm just gonna end life now.
And then Earth was just like a soulless husk, and you had to find a new world out there somewhere. Like, oh my god. And they just kind of gloss over it, like, yeah, shit happens.
Yeah.
Of course, life is rough, man. It happens.
That's why if they had more emotional payoff.
He's got a raccoon to give him a nice motivational talk.
He got fat.
Yeah, that's literally the consequence of all this. He gained like 50 pounds.
Yeah.
That's it.
Depression. Yeah.
50 pounds. Lose your home planet, your entire family, your brother. 50 pounds.
Makes sense. Hey, now they put it. If you put it that way, I can see it. Just put on all that weight. All right. Next is a scene where it transitions to Asgard, and then Hela's looking for the sword, and she's like, "Oh no, this is where it's like Scourge. I want you to be my executioner." And then this dialogue line is so funny. But here again, he has one line, and it has so much character. It's like, I just want a chance to prove myself. That's his main motivation. But then he's quiet now because he's the audience. And then, dude, this delivery, whereas like when I was young, every great king had an executioner, not just to execute people, but also to execute their vision. And she's like flourishing it with her hands and stuff. And then she goes to but mainly to execute people. Still a great honor, and it's like delivered so seriously that when you watch this scene, you're like, "Oh, this is lame," but it's so funny. Like,
yeah, again, it only works because they came from Kate Blanchett.
Yeah, I totally agree. If someone else did it, I'll be like,
It was
it's so
so
bad.
ham-fisted, but it was just wonderful.
Again, Scourge 2, I think he was cast perfectly. If you put someone else, it would have just been lame.
Keith Urban,
yeah,
Judge Dredd, and not Faramir, another guy from the Rohirrim. He was in Lord of the Rings.
I don't remember.
Come on, you guys are nerds too. You know this.
That was too long ago.
Okay, whatever. You guys suck.
Okay, we'll just keep going. The sword is gone, and then Heimdall saves people. Yeah. Yeah.
I think I actually need to go.
Oh, gotcha.
Because the mall is closing, so.
Oh no.
I shall head out.
All right.
I shall make my leave.
All right. We're gonna end soon, anyways.
Amazing film. One of my favorites. I think it's my favorite Marvel movie of all time. Me too. Just because of Taika Waititi and what they do for the character of Thor. But
I think Guardians is better.
No.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
It's more cohesive.
How dare you have an opinion different than mine?
All right. All right. Have fun finishing up.
All right. See you later, man.
I'll watch the podcast back later.
We'll do what we do in the shadows for next week if everyone's okay with that.
Or Hunt for the Wilder People, maybe.
We can do both. Whatever you want.
Either one.
Okay.
I mean, we'll have. I'm sure Sam will have a blast editing this and removing all of your.
I'm not gonna edit it. I'm not gonna edit it. Yeah.
That's just how it is.
It's just how it is. This is why we're a bad cast. We're bad. It's not the good cast or mediocre cast. It's the bad cast.
Yeah, you can listen to me as I progressively get more drunk throughout the course.
No one will notice. Yeah.
Alright. I'll see you then, boys.
Alright, see ya, man. Dude, thank you so much for coming on. We'll try to keep it shorter maybe next time.
Good luck.
Yeah.
All right.
The last one was 3 hours. We're approaching.
Yeah.
We're approaching 4 now.
Every person we add to this podcast is like another hour.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a fat cockroach. Holy.
Oh, okay.
Like a good 3 inches.
Yeah.
All right. I'll see you, boys.
All right, we're gonna end with that. All right, see you.
Bye.
Bye.
Later. All right, that's Isaiah.
Yeah. Resident traveler. You don't know where he is. Let's skim through this real quick.
We're only like halfway through this goddamn movie. Oh my god.
All right, no, it's okay, cause the longer half is just more fighting, so there's less to talk about. But
yeah, it gets progressively messier as the movie goes on.
Because I can notice it. But we'll switch to Sakaar. This is where we see Naked Hulk, and this is the longest arc. This is from Naked Hulk all the way to when they're getting out through the Devil's Anus.
This is probably the most characterization we get from the Hulk.
Yeah.
In perhaps all of the movies, including the terrible Edward Norton movie.
Okay. It's okay. You know, it's bad, but I liked it.
I mean, what do you learn about the character in that movie? Not very
Nothing.
much.
He's just
green. If you've never read anything, if you know nothing about the Hulk, yeah, okay, but you don't really get that much else out of it.
It was just for the eyes.
Like, yeah, it's like Hulk is like this lonely, angry kid. He feels alone, and they're like, wow, he's kind of a sympathetic character.
He is.
Instead of just a big, angry green guy.
And he's insecure too, because he keeps saying like Earth hates Hulk. And he calls that everyone is Banner's friend, not his friend. So you're like hit the nail on the head where he's like this super lonely man-child. And he's not like raging all the time, because like when Thor says Earth hates Hulk, he just like stops moving, goes and then goes back to his bed to sulk.
Yeah, and this is all like in one scene.
This is all like, one scene, yeah.
This is like 5 minutes, maybe. Probably closer to 2 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, it's so dense. Like there's some scenes that are so dense, and others that are the opposite of dense, so weak. One other thing that I just want to add in, not only is he lonely and insecure and kind of like a child, he's smarter than he looks, because he provokes Thor and tells him to go on, and then Thor runs past the barrier and shocks himself, right? And Hulk's he laughs at him. And I was like, all right, He's not an idiot. Like,
this is, I believe, much more in line with Ultimate Hulk, which is, in main Marvel, 616, he's like Savage Hulk, right? He's like super angry, murderous, just like really a force of destruction. In Ultimate Universe, he's kind of like a kid.
Yeah.
He's like a toddler with like unlimited strength and anger, right?
Yeah.
That's his character in Ultimate Marvel, and it's a little bit closer to what he is here. And he just feels lonely and mistreated and misunderstood, and doesn't really understand where he is in the universe.
Yeah.
And it's really in line with how they're approaching. I mean, the Ultimate Universe is more in line with what they're doing with the universe. There's some stuff that they've borrowed from it, some stuff they straight up stole or like copy pasted, but that's kind of how they're going with it.
I liked it a lot because he also says some deep things like when were you like this green and stupid, and then Hulk replies, Hulk is always Hulk. You know, I think that kind of, I mean, if you want to apply symbolism where symbolism doesn't exist, you know, I just took it to mean that like the parts
No.
yeah,
That's really deliberate.
oh, okay, that's deliberate.
Really
All right,
deliberate. Absolutely deliberate.
I felt like it was good because like Banner hates the Hulk or is afraid of it, but really it's just Hulk is just Hulk. It's not good or bad, and he's always there. And I think that I know it's jarring for Isaiah, but for me, when he transitioned into Professor Hulk, I thought it kind of fit. You know, after his experience in Ragnarok.
Sort of
a little bit. Like he's embracing his Hulk self.
we didn't get any build up to it.
We didn't. So, yeah. He was just there, and it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, he just like, oh, okay, we resolved that plot thread off screen.
Yep.
We'll deal with it later. Yeah, I think I don't know. Hulk is weird in the MCU in that he works much. I guess it still parallels the comics because Hulk has had an on again, off again popularity in Marvel Comics. At some points, he was one of their most popular characters, and some points, like they could not give away his comics. Like nobody cared.
Kind of like the Edward Norton.
Yeah,
I'm kidding.
Like he works really well in some contexts. He works better when you kind of bounce him off other characters.
I totally
kind of
agree. Yeah, he can't be a solo character.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I think anything can be a good solo movie if you give the right writer and director.
I think it'd be harder.
It's certainly a different challenge, but in this way they can condense it and just cram a lot of characterization into not a lot of minutes. But yeah, like in Avengers, he had a little bit to do. In this movie, had a little bit more to do, and they can develop the character just like parallel to others, and it kind of works.
Yeah, it does. Like you have those characterization moments, and then you have the moments where he just hulks out and just throws a giant dog off the surface of the planet at the end. And then, you know, I was making the joke, he only did that because Asgard was flat, therefore Earth is flat, and being flat is good. I'm just joking there, but flat is joke.
Are we doing that podcast, by the way?
We are. I gotta talk to Oak. We're gonna do a... yeah, we will. I gotta figure out a schedule, but we're gonna do it. I was gonna move it into a satirical news podcast after that. Kind of like...
All right, if you want to do it, I got to do some research.
Gotcha.
I have to back up my case.
Okay, fair enough. 1 second, and then a throwaway scene where Thor's like, "Hey, Heimdall, show me what's going on." It's just there to give Thor motivation to go back to Asgard like right now, and kind of show him like why he needs to go back right now. And also dialogue that, okay, Hela draws power from Asgard, and she grows stronger every day, blah, 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 to set up more plot points for the future. and then it goes back to a scene with Thor and Hulk, and Thor is raging out a little bit, so it's the opposite. Whereas like I lost my father, I lost my hammer, and then they fight. Where he calls Hulk the stupid Avenger, and Hulk calls Thor the tiny Avenger. And this is where he says Earth does hate you. And then you build more of that character there. You see more of Thor as a flawed character, a little bit weaker emotionally, and then you see Hulk as having emotions to begin with.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Just reiterating what you said before. And then this is where the movie kicks off, and then they make up, and then they get Valkyrie to join. And then this is where the movie, I think, kicks off plot-wise. So one thing I just want to point out, the scene where Thor is kind of talking to Valkyrie, and the reason why she should go back, she's complaining that all of Valkyrie's died because of Odin and his family problems. And then Thor says, I agree, that's why I turned down the throne, but this isn't about the crown, this is about people, they're dying, and they're your people too. So like, Thor's mentality again, where it's like, this is what heroes do, it's like here again. And that's why, I kind of found it a bit jarring when he goes from this Thor to Fat Thor. I thought there's some steps missing. I think you and Isaiah are fine with it, you love it, but for me, it went too downhill too fast. Without it on, anyways. That's just me complaining about something. It's a small problem.
No, it's a perfectly valid complaint.
Yeah.
I think I'm okay with it because, I don't know. I think Thor is less a character and more of like a like a framework.
Oh, okay.
I guess. Like his character is pretty simple, pretty straightforward, and then you just kind of build the world around him. And if you move him to a different place, you just kind of have to throw it away and just kind of build it around him, Because I don't know, he's the fucking god of thunder, There's not a lot of groundwork to clamber up and really understand. Like there's some connection there, but as a character, it's difficult to really get the audience to not sympathize but empathize, Like we're not the god of thunder, whatever, but if you understand the platform and where they want to move the framework, then you can just put yourself in that position. It's still not great. It's certainly a little bit ham-fisted, but that's kind of the way I see him. Again, it's the Superman problem, right?
You're right. Yeah, I don't empathize with Thor at all. I just like the character, but I can't really relate to him at all. But other than the human moments, but they don't really focus on those.
Yeah, like with Superman, when Superman struggles with some problem, like Lois Lane is pregnant, what do I do? Oh my god.
Yeah.
Like, you're like, oh man, I understand that. That's interesting. And I can frame my emotional understanding of the story around that. But there's no deeper connection than that. You understand how you need to structure the story from therein, and like it puts you into that reference point, right? It resets your expectations from there. But you're still like, he's still Superman.
Yeah.
He can, if there's a problem, he's just gonna throw it into the sun.
Or fly around the earth in the opposite way to rewind time. Yeah, that happened.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's an interesting methodology to storytelling. The difference between good writers and bad writers is that they fundamentally understand that, and they can work the story around that instead of trying to make Superman like a different character that you're supposed to follow along with in the same way that you follow along with Spider-Man.
Gotcha.
That's not what the character does.
Gotcha.
That's not how you frame those stories. You know, it's the flaw with all the super powerful characters where you can't connect with them in the same way. They don't, like Spider-Man is a poor broke kid that
he's a
is
nerd
just
too.
stumbling
Yeah.
he's a nerd stumbling his way through life. You're like, okay, he's got some powers, but like you can't just punch his problems into the sun.
No, yeah, definitely.
I'm sorry. Whereas with like Captain Marvel, like if Captain Marvel were a nerd that is struggling with like rent and that stuff, you're like, why don't you just punch your landlord into the sun?
Punch the building into the sun and like just live in the sun. Anyways, I see your point. I see your point.
Like it's less a character than a framework to build a story around. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm getting progressively more drunk as this goes on.
No, it makes total sense, and I can see why people are fine with it. For me, I feel like, again, I don't really care about this character too much. I just felt like it was. I understand why they had to change it, but I felt like they changed it a little too much too quickly.
It's kind of the reason why Ragnarok really works well, because the character changes a little bit through the movie.
Yeah, a little bit.
He's still essentially the same person at the end, right?
Yeah.
But you're just building the story around him. Whereas, like, I don't know, Spider-Man changes, even Captain America changes, Iron Man changes, but Thor is still more or less Thor with a sense of humor.
Yep. I think you hit it head on. Like, if they actually gave him a character to play, I think the movie wouldn't have worked as well. If they made him like an actual person, like,
I mean, you could.
It could have, I guess, but
I'm not imaginative enough to kind of picture how that would work out.
Yeah,
but
me
like
too.
You can try to do that. They kind of tried to do that with Thor 1 and 2, and you're like, I just don't care. Just throw him into the sun.
He'll be okay though.
Like he'll be fine.
Yeah,
he's,
he'll be fine.
He's fucking Thor. Like he literally took a dying star to the face. He was like, "Oh, I'm Thor. It'll only kill me if I die."
That's what it means.
Yeah, exactly.
Peter Dinklage.
It's more interesting when you drape all this interesting stuff around it.
Yeah, okay, I get what you're saying. I totally get it. All right.
Anyway, I don't even remember where we were.
The scene where he's meeting Valkyrie to try to convince her. One side note, she drinks really fast, and she ain't fat, so why did Thor get fat? I'm just saying, just putting it out there. All right, just putting it out there. She must have better genes. Metabolism is higher. Thor is getting old. Maybe Valkyrie is younger.
Theoretically, no.
No, okay. Never mind then.
Well, because Valkyrie was around before Thor was born.
Oh, you're right. She fought Hela.
So she's theoretically much older than he is.
Oh, okay. Well, she got some good genes. Looking very young.
Yeah, whatever. It's the classic comic book problem of how old are people.
Age doesn't matter in comic books.
They're as old as we tell you they are. I was really surprised when they gave an actual age to Thor in Infinity War, which is 1,500 years, plus or minus a couple centuries.
Okay.
Right?
I forgot.
Because it's a real problem in comic books, because they have no ability to keep a central timeline.
Yeah.
None.
It's just too hard.
No, it's not, but they don't care enough to try.
I think it'd be hard if you have multiple movies. You gotta keep track of everything.
No, it's not multiple movies. It's multiple writers.
Multiple writers.
And
no, I'm just saying, like, if the actor gets too old to play the role anymore, you gotta recast him and stuff like that. Like,
but I mean, even like in comic books, what happens is they write a story. Like a writer will come in, he says, "Okay, I've got this idea. I'm gonna write this story, and these things will happen in this order." And then another writer comes in, and it's like, "Okay, I got this idea, and these things will happen in this order."
Okay.
But actually, when did these things happen? Because you just brought in like Wolverine and Captain America, but
I
actually
get
they're
it. I get
supposed to
it.
be half a galaxy away. And you're like, oh, it's just like there's a wormhole, and
Wormhole.
they came
Captain
over.
Marvel carried Tony Stark light years away from Earth. He just brought him back in like a second. You know.
Yeah, and these the wonderful thing about the MCU is that they've kept these things more or less consistent over the course of 11 years, which is more than I can say of comic books.
I noticed that. Like, also they refer back to things. I think all the movies link together wonderfully.
Yeah, and it's simple to understand.
Yeah.
If I had to sit down and explain to you like not 10 years, but 5 years of continuity for comic books, it would take like an entire week.
Yeah.
I
That would
would
be a
need
different podcast.
graphs. I would need Excel spreadsheets. I would need like a dissertation on how time travel and like multi-universal mechanics work, because that's what they're dealing with, because writers do not care. They do not care to maintain any kind of like past like the bare minimum skin deep continuity between timelines. Like even in Ultimate Marvel, which was its like own thing, they're like, hey, let's do this alternate retelling where everything is happening but in modern time. And like within like 20 issues, they had Fantastic Four as young Fantastic Four.
Okay.
And then in Spider-Man comics, literally 2 issues later, it's old Fantastic Four.
Okay.
Happening at the same time, and they just don't address it because somebody fucked up.
That's great writing.
like in one comic happening at released literally the same day as Spider-Man. Fantastic Four comes out, Spider-Man comes out, and in Fantastic Four, Richards is like 16.
Okay.
And then the next issue, Spider-Man comes out, and Richards is like 54.
Time
Because
travel.
that's the way they're drawn. He's got like the gray hair, like streak in his hair, and you're like, what? Like it's the same. Like, and they're in the same story. You fucking idiots! Just draw them the same way. Fucking idiots. And they can't even do this in the same release issue within like a month of each other. And like the cinematic universe has done a fairly good job of this.
Yeah.
They have to do little tiny retcons like Thor has an eye.
Yeah, Thor has an eye, yep.
This little stuff here, but otherwise it's comprehensible to like Joe Sixpack. I don't have to read Wikipedia to understand what's happening. Which is, to me, as somebody that has read comics, frankly astonishing. They you have no idea how completely abysmal it is to try to track what is happening at any given time in a continuous timeline. It blows.
That sounds very terrible. Like a lot of effort just to keep track of everything.
Like if you read a single run, like if Jonathan Hickman writes a single story, like Hickman's Avengers or whatever, from issue whatever to whatever, it'll be a cohesive story. But if you take that and you try to place it against any other story, parts of it will match. You'll be like, oh, I recognize Wolverine was here, Spider-Man was here, this happened here. But you put it together and it's timey-wimey bullshit like Doctor Who. It just doesn't
timey-wimey.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, that's my little rant on how completely incomprehensible comic book timelines are.
Gotcha. Yeah, I didn't bother to read the comics, but if I did, I bet like it would none of it would matter. They're like always retconning stuff. It's like never consistent. I think like you would just stick with the storylines that you like the best. Pretty much. That's what I gathered. Anyways, yeah.
I mean, with comic books, DC basically reboots their entire franchise. Like they like control all, delete.
Oh, okay.
Like every literally bringing it back to zero every, I don't know, 20 to 30 years. They recently had one, DC Rebirth. Marvel kind of doesn't do that. Whether it's to their benefit or detriment, I don't know. They do like a soft reboot.
Gotcha. Okay. You think a hard reboot would be better because you just start fresh?
I don't know, man. I think DC movies need a hard reboot.
I think they just need a reboot anything and everything, hard or soft.
They just recently cast Robert Pattinson, the sparkly vampire.
Yeah.
From
Twilight.
From Twilight as Batman. So he's Batman now.
He doesn't look like a Batman.
Yeah, exactly.
Like if I was a criminal and I saw that dude walking up to me in a Batman costume, I'll just laugh at him, you know.
I don't know, man. Whatever. But just giving you some background. Again,
all right.
We spoke about this way earlier, but like it's a pretty big tangent to discuss all the comic book crap that happens that influences this stuff.
It could be an entire podcast series.
Oh my god.
We won't do it. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of research to do too, but alright, let's move it on real quick. Let's close it up if you can. Dang, we're hitting close.
We're barely at the end of the second act.
Yeah, I'll just say this. This is where Hulk says, "Friends, stay," when Thor breaks out of the window. Hulk is lonely, you know, it just shows how lonely he is. Also a plot device to get Hulk out of that room into the Quinjet so he could see Scarlett Johansson and change back into Banner. And then just some humorous moments. Again, it's just for plot device, but they always stick humor in there. You know, when Thor is trying to unlock the passcode with his hand, and it's like a Point Break is his keyword, whereas the Patrick Swayze movie with the long hair, right? And then Banner comes in. Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You know, just Hulk comes in and it's like Banner, and it's like, "Welcome, strongest Avenger," and Thor was like, what?" You know, that was just it. And then Banner was like, "What happened to your hair?" And then Thor was like, "Some creepy old man cut it off." And it's like, "It looks good." It's like self-aware of things that happen, whereas, you know, most people are like, just move on, right? Or most directors, most writers, but then they kind of notice that Thor had his hair cut off. I think that's kind of neat. A little bit.
I just like to point out, and this is kind of highlighting it, but all the actors have kind of grown into the roles.
Yeah.
You know, like except for Robert Downey Jr. He started as Tony Stark, and now he's just like double Tony Stark. Yeah. But like if you watch back at like Thor 1 or Captain America 1,
they're kind of dry.
They almost seem like I don't know, like a fan film at this point. Because of how much the actors have really assumed the mantle of their roles.
Yeah.
You know? Like Chris Evans is like, "I am fucking Captain America now. I am America's ass."
Yeah. Oh, that's scene, yeah. Okay, anyways.
It's like a unique byproduct of this narrative structure that they've adopted over the last decade, is that you really grow with the characters. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah. Feels like they are the characters, like they're.
Absolutely. So where are we? We're on the Quinjet.
We're on the Quinjet. There's a nice scene where he unlocks the logs and then he sees the Hulk in the Quinjet, and then the the hologram kind of overlaps his own face with the Hulk's face. I thought that was a nice touch. A little bit of stylish symbolism there. It's shallow symbolism, but it's there nonetheless. And then Loki and Valkyrie are walking in to meet the Grandmaster. And again, this is a scene where the camera goes upside down slowly, and then the reflections are right side up. It's a great shot. Doesn't really have meaning to it, but it's just there. Maybe it does. I didn't catch it. And then after that, they're fighting over who's gonna bring in all the people faster. And then Loki and Valkyrie fight, and then again, it's just there to show what happened to Valkyrie, so we're supposed to care. Just grabs her head, and then it shows a flashback.
It's to show the trailer shot, dude.
Yeah, oh, you're right. The trailer shot.
Which was actually an amazing sequence.
It is.
That was so visually different from everything else in the movie.
It was
cool.
It was cool. It was kind of like those paintings where things are still but also moving at the same time. Anyways,
by the way, they invented an entirely new shooting process
just for
that scene.
Wow.
I think most of that was done practically. I mean, obviously they don't have flying horses or whatever.
Obviously.
But the semi slow-mo effect that they had was a new shooting process, kind of like how they invented a bullet time for
Matrix.
Well, not invented, but yeah, for Matrix.
I know how they did that one, and yeah.
Yeah, it was a new technology for that, and it looked wonderful.
It looked fantastic.
It looked absolutely fantastic.
It looked surreal. It was like too vivid, where I was like, it just can't. I'll never see this in real life, but it looks real. So it's kind of like that.
Yeah, it was like a painting thrown into sharp relief and then exploded into 3D.
Yep. Oh, that's a good way to describe it.
But yeah, I thought it was great.
Me too.
It was also kind of an expository crutch. It was basically all of Valkyrie's backstory crammed into like a 15-second sequence.
Like, oh no, everyone she knows is dead. Oh, it's Odin and Hela's fault.
You're like, yeah, all right, whatever.
Okay, whatever, yeah.
Moving on.
We'll move on.
Moving on.
That's what happens too, where after that, Banner and Thor are on the streets, and he's wearing Tony's clothing, and it's like always messing with the crotch, because it's like Tony wears his pants too tight.
It's like skinny jeans.
Skinny jeans, yeah, he's always touching it. This is the scene where, the Grandmaster had told the people to celebrate the Hulk, so it's vivid in the color. At least there's a lot of color and all this green paint being thrown around, and it hits him in the face. And then he loses him, and then this is, he's just wandering around, and then they meet Valkyrie again. And I think this was some nice continuity where Thor is wearing a disguise. It's just a cloth around his head, right? And then, when Valkyrie points out, hey, that's stupid, it won't work, she says, but I can see your face. And he's like, not when I do this, and just wraps it around. And then goes into, oh, your hair looks nice, I like what you did with it, change it, washed it maybe. And it's just this dialogue is it's just dry and funny and like out of place with the situation where they're like in dire danger. And here he is doing some light flirting and doing something really stupid, is wearing a disguise that doesn't work. And here after that scene, Banner is actually wiping his face from the green paint with the Thor's disguise, and I thought that was kind of a little attention to detail that was kind of great, that they didn't have to do, but they did it anyways. After that,
did he wipe his face with his costume? I don't remember.
Yeah, he did. It was just like wiping it all the time. It's the part where it's like, what are those things on her eyes? Referring to the paint. Are those the people that she's killed? She's so beautiful and strong, but he's like totally in love with her, right? Because yeah. Oh, that's another side point I forgot to mention, that she trains the Hulk, and she can fight him hand to hand. So it kind of shows that she's, I guess, on the same level as Thor. They didn't really show how strong she is, but they show that she's pretty darn strong. That was a neat touch.
Yeah, it's like it's a wrestling thing.
Yeah.
Called jobbing,
Oh, okay.
where you put a new person that you're unsure how strong they're supposed to be against an established character, and just have
Okay.
them win
Okay.
unconditionally
It
to
worked.
establish where they sit in the hierarchy,
Okay.
right?
It makes sense. Wrestling came to save Thor Ragnarok.
Like the Warriors 3 jobbed for for Hela.
For Hela, exactly. That's the
She
entire
shows up,
purpose.
and you're like, oh, these guys are really strong, and they just die.
This die, it's like I'm even
Like, oh.
stronger.
You're like, oh, okay, I understand.
I understand
She's
now.
at least this strong.
Yeah, at least enough to kill an entire army too.
Or like in One Punch Man, Genos just constantly jobs for all of the villains.
Yeah.
Like they show up and they just tear him apart.
And then
like,
he just kills him with one punch. Yep.
And he just fucking shows, and then Saitama just punches him in the face and they die. You're like, oh, I understand.
I love how he gets like absolutely destroyed too. It's just like it's just his upper torso in one fight. I'm just like, okay.
Yeah, exactly. And that's how Marvel really leans on that a lot.
I didn't notice until you mentioned it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's again, they deal with it by just like shoving a bunch of humor across it. You're like, oh, that's either really funny or kind of horrifying. We're just gonna move past it, and it's a thing. But you understand like kind of where they sit in the grand power level of things. However, the power level in this weird universe works up, where like Thanos can fight with like, I don't know, Captain America,
all of them,
and it's convincing.
Yeah.
Kind of like, you know, he would just crush his head. like whatever, you know, it makes sense in continuity, and you can just work past it because you're just carried by the momentum.
Yeah, I think it works because like if I look back on it, it might irk me a little bit, but in the end, I don't really care because it didn't really matter in the big picture, for me at least. The inconsistencies or whatnot. Anyways, going on. This is where they meet Loki because Valkyrie had punched him out, and then Thor throws a bottle at his head to make sure he's there, and he's like, "I'm real." And then this is where they're a plot device where they're talking about the devil's anus, and then Banner was like, "Whose anus?" And then we're gonna go through the anus, like all these anus jokes, and then Loki's there so that he could move them towards the Grandmaster ship. So they're like a
lot of that dialogue, by the way, is improv.
Really? Oh, it was so funny.
Like that little scene where they're in like Valkyrie's apartment.
Yeah.
A lot of that is improvised.
It felt like a real conversation where they're talking about. I mean, replace anus with anything, you know, and.
But like that little story, like where Loki transforms himself into a snake.
Oh yeah.
I think that whole thing was Chris Hemsworth's improv. At least partially improv.
That's pretty funny.
That was great.
I thought he was covering up for the fact that he was afraid of snakes, and you know, like that's what I felt like. And also after that, speaking about like moving on, so they're like, we'll start a revolution, and Banner goes, revolution ? And Thor says, I'll explain it later. And then Valkyrie points at Banner, who's this guy again? And Thor says, I'll explain it later. And it just cuts to the next scene, and they don't explain it later. It's because they just move on, and I thought that's kind of funny.
Yeah, and they just cut across it.
They just cut across it. Like, whatever. And then it goes straight into Korg's rebellion. This is a great scene.
Revolution has begun.
Yeah, revolution has begun. And whereas like she's like, I'm looking for Korg, and Korg's like, who's asking? I know I know you're asking. Is anyone else asking, or is it just you? I'm like, what? Who talks like that? It's like funny. It's genius. He's such a. I don't know. It's just like you would know someone who acts like that, and then he's just in that movie. I thought that was kind of funny.
Yeah, he's like he's the director insert, you know. Yeah. He's highlighting the ridiculousness of the movie.
Yeah, exactly. The revolution happens, and then it goes into this scene where the Grandmaster is talking to Topaz, the second in command, the awesome scene where they're like, but the arena's mainframe for the obedience disks have been deactivated, and the slayers had armed themselves. And the Grandmaster's just like, oh, I don't like that word. Mainframe? It's like, no, why would I like mainframe? The S word. And she's like, oh, sorry, the prisoners with jobs have armed themselves. Oh my god, like.
It's just Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah, it's just Jeff Goldblum.
Gold West. It's just like Taika's direction to him was just like, here are the lines,
go. And then the delivery is so different. Like if you read it in your head without having seen the movie, it's so stupid and dry sometimes and like unrelatable. But when you hear it in the movie, it's like, oh, it seems like something that character would say and kind of fits somehow. This wacky world and with all these wacky things going on. But anyways, prisoners with jobs. That's so smart. And it's just like, okay, good. That's better. It's just like, okay, and just shrugs it off. Jeff Goldblum being Jeff Goldblum. And then after that is Thor and Loki shooting people with the laser machine guns as they're sorting out their problems. Again, just moving the plot along. But and then they do the get help. Get help, where all of a sudden, like, Loki is just doing a monologue of how he feels and all of this, and Thor is just like, they're all just shooting people, and then everything's sorted out, and then they're like, let's do get help. Have you seen?
Yeah, it's a little expository monologue. Disguised as an action scene.
Mm-hmm.
And then they do get help, and then it just cuts back to Asgard. And now you're going to Asgard, and it's like a completely different color palette.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, we're back here now.
Have you? Yeah, real quick, have you seen the video if Thor Ragnarok was a K-drama? Have you seen that?
I've not seen that.
Okay, let me link it real quick. I'm gonna just message it to you. Don't have. Let's put it in the podcast channel, I guess. I'll put it in chat too. Not sure how many people are watching, but it's a great thing. If you watch K-dramas at all, you'll get it right away. Okay, sorry. I think I interrupted your line with that. What were you on?
Oh, so we like go from like the neons and like like the super saturated colors of Sakaar, and then we like cut into like
dry,
Asgard.
Boring.
Asgard with like
Asperg,
the warm,
Ass place
with like the warm colors and like the golds and like the blues, and you're like, oh wow, okay. And then just kind of hard cuts.
Yeah.
And now you're like back with Hela and Scourge. And then it starts like rapidly shifting between these colors. And it's kind of weird.
It is. I think this is where like
weird.
You kind of see the laziness, because when the scenes transition, it's just a cut to it instead of anyways. I also wanted to point out something I really liked, where Loki was going to betray Thor, and then Thor outsmarted him, and then he says something to Loki where it's like, life is about change, about growth, but he just wants to stay the same. And then he delivers this line where it's like, I guess what I'm trying to say is that you'll always be the god of mischief, but you could be more. And this, like, the impetus of change, it's just kind of like the change that Loki was going through. They didn't want to, I guess, didn't have time to show all of it, so it's kind of like Thor is showing that through his dialogue. Because this is where later, when he wakes up, Korg is there. It's like, hey, you want to hop on the ship and get out of here? And then Loki replies, you guys look like you're in desperate need of leadership. And Korg goes, why thank you? And then they just accept,
thank you.
Yeah, why thank you? And then they accept Loki as their leader, and they just get out. And then he's back. He's just there to save Asgard. And
on the Rainbow
Bridge just shows up,
Yeah, like they're just on Asgard, and it's like this wonderful little action set piece, and it comes back full circle with the musical motif of the immigrant song.
Dude, someone, I was looking for the song, right? I didn't know the title either, and then I almost did the same thing. I wrote down a Thor fight song, and then other people were Googling and YouTubing. Right, they're just writing that in, and they found the song. I was like, that's amazing. It's like that one. I used to listen to a podcast called My Brother and Me with the McElroy brothers, and they're going over Yahoo Answers. And there's someone who wrote down, I need to, what's that song that goes like da 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 da, right? It's just like written out, and there's only one answer, and it's like, is it this song? And the dude's like, heck yeah. I was like, how did you even guess that? You know, like if you just type it in without singing it, it's just like, what's that song that goes right? It's gonna be hard to guess. It was funny to me. It's just a little tangent there, but
no, I completely understand.
Yeah.
So, again, a little cinematic aside, how that came about is that when they were originally looking for a director for Thor Ragnarok, Taika was kind of lobbying for the role, and he put together this little sizzle reel, like cut and edited from Thor 1, Thor 2, and some original footage and some other stuff.
And he used that song?
He used the immigrant song, right? And he put together this little edit, and he submitted it to Kevin Feige, and he watched it, and he's like, that's it. That's what we need. And that song made its way into the trailer and then filtered back into the movie. So this little audition tape eventually became the core emotional ideology and motif that the entire movie was kind of built off of.
Dude, that's a neat fact. I did not know that at all. Yeah, that's a great foundation for that movie, though.
It was like, I mean, that musical motif was built off of this little like, here's what I am, here's what I want to do, and then they built into the rest of the movie with that. And you're like, wow, okay. So he had kind of a vision for what he wanted to do before even like pre-production.
That's interesting. Yeah, that kind of shows, like, for the scenes that are jarring, you know, it's just out of place, but for the rest of the scenes and the rest of the movie kind of flows together. So I guess it makes sense.
Yeah, it's interesting because it really highlights the fact that the plot, the main plot thrust is completely irrelevant to the central core of the movie.
It is.
Nothing related to the storytelling has anything to do with what really matters about this movie.
Yeah, yeah. Like, the reason why I love Thor Ragnarok so much are the moments, the humor in it, the things that happen, the comedic timing, all of that. The actual story, I don't really care about. You know? It doesn't.
Exactly.
It's not well written. There's some like glaring leaps of logic you have to take for you to accept the story as is. Especially that Odin scene, you know, it's like the beginning of it, you know.
Yeah, again, like, I'm sure at some point during production they reread through the contracts. They're like, oh shit, Anthony Hopkins is only contractually obligated to another 5 minutes of film time. So what do we do? Okay, let's just
green screen.
He must go. His planet needs him, and he's just gone. We'll just just move past it. It kind of sucks. It's why I rank this movie. I really love it. It's a great movie, but why I don't put it like at the very top.
I totally get it. It's because if it's a movie, you have to consider how it's shot as well as the cohesive flow of the narrative as well, and the narrative itself. Obviously, if not everything adds up, you can't really rank it as high as you can. But for me, it's just like I just like those moments so much that it just sticks out in memory more than anything else.
Yeah, again.
Yeah. I'm not gonna say it's the best movie ever. I'm just being sarcastic when I said it. It's one.
You said it was the best movie ever.
I know. I'm kidding. I
Don't back out anymore.
The words did come out of my mouth. But it's one of my favorite movies ever. It's not It's not the best or well-made movie ever. Definitely, I love it
that's
though.
what Marvel has gotten really good at is like leaning on those wonderful moments and that great humor to carry them past what might otherwise be major flaws in storytelling. And they've gotten really good at it.
I think they've gotten great at it.
And part of the reason, again, why I put like Guardians of the Galaxy above this is Guardians of the Galaxy was the first movie. It had nothing, zero to build on, right?
Oh,
Which
yeah,
I
yeah.
guess could be in a way an advantage, but again, like they had no characterization, they had no prior art, they had nothing to temper audience expectations with. They had a tree, a raccoon, a green girl, and like fat Chris Pratt. Okay.
Oh,
And they made an amazing movie out of it.
dude.
This had 2 movies, The Avengers, Age of Ultron. This had like before it, I think 7 years, maybe 8 years of Marvel behind it before it made this movie. So they had where Guardians had to was like a high jump. This was like the first hurdle in like whatever the 400-meter hurdle. You know, they just had to take care of these little bumps in the road. And did a pretty good job, but it's still like ran face first into a couple of them.
Gotcha. Oh, one side note Isaiah dropped in here, Taika apparently also helped pitch Moana to Disney.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I did not know that. I have not watched that movie, but well, I'll have to watch it now.
Yeah, I guess. Or maybe, I don't know who the he is. I'm guessing Taika, because that's what we're talking about. I think that's when you were talking about him putting the scissor reel together.
Another interesting side note, as far as like cinematic background, Taika is from New Zealand, right?
Yeah.
Which is a little.
I don't know. I'm agreeing with you because I don't know.
Geographically, it's near Australia, right?
Okay, sure.
And New Zealand is also where Peter Jackson bases a lot of his production from. Weta, that made Lord of the Rings. They're in New Zealand. They're entirely New Zealand.
Okay.
They have very little to do with like Hollywood and all their production companies.
Awesome.
And somewhat because of that connection, Chris Hemsworth was a big fan of Taika's. And he really wanted to work with him. So when it came down the pipeline that Taika was interested in the project, Chris pushed for him, and Taika pushed with Chris. And they worked kind of collaboratively, and it all kind of came together at the end.
Yeah, I didn't know that, but it's things about this movie I feel like wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for Taika and all this synergy. Yeah.
Yeah, New Zealand is kind of weird. It's like this little bubble of creativity. There's Weta, there's Taika, there's Peter Jackson. There's a couple other filmmakers out of New Zealand. And I talk about this both because of these movies and also because my buddy Joe recently came back from New Zealand from a winemaking sojourn where he went out to New Zealand to make wine for a year. And it's a weird place. It's a weird place.
Okay, I don't know which buddy. Anyways, yeah.
No, you won't know him, but okay. So he went out to New Zealand. It's like one of the most pristine atmospheres, as in like there's very little pollution because there's very little development out there, which should put a backdrop on why this is kind of special, because New Zealand is kind of far out there as far as filmmaking goes and people go. Like Weta again, Lord of the Rings, Peter Jackson, that production company is completely out of New Zealand, and they have a lot of self-contained creativity in that. Hollywood kind of cannibalizes itself, right? Like we make this film and it influences this film because all of the crew, all the production companies, they make the props, the costumes, all that, it cross pollinates. But New Zealand is literally on the other side of the planet, you know? So you get a lot of originality out of that. So
Okay.
that is a massive influence in a lot of the voice that you see in this movie and in like Taika and Peter Jackson and Lita.
So side note, Isaiah did confirm when I was talking about Moana, it was Taika. And that Hunt for the Wilder People put Taika on the map for Marvel. I was just mentioning that he was also
Actually, I'm gonna say Isaiah's wrong.
Okay.
You are wrong, sir. They put Taika in this role, I believe, a little bit before Hunt for Wilder People came out, before they had seen it. I want to say this is true. I don't remember which interview this is from, but they did it on the strength of prior works, and they watched Hunt for Wilder People afterwards. And they said, "Wow, okay, we didn't fuck up." That's pretty cool.
Wait, was he in Flight of the Conchords? Conchords?
I don't fucking know. I don't watch that movie.
All right.
This is all just from, I don't know, assembling all of the little tidbits from the production of these movies is like a PhD in and of itself.
True.
Because they're very tight-lipped about a lot of stuff. So you have to assemble little bits of knowledge here and there from interviews and Wikipedia, and like your knowledge of the of what happened in the timeline, and then kind of assemble it from there.
Oh, Isaiah meant the movie Boy.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
That's right. I know my shit. Get out of here, Isaiah.
All right. We're nearing the end. Important things that happened. I'm just going through it for the plot points for the people listening. This is where they're like, "Oh, you gotta throw Surtur's crown into the fire so that he destroys Asgard. Now destroy Hela in the process because she's linked to Asgard. And then Asgard is a people, not a place, so it's okay if we destroy it." And then as Loki's grabbing the crown, he sees a Tesseract, and you already know he yoinked it. It's kind of implied off screen. They have a huge epic fight. Scourge comes out with Destroy, and it wrecks. You know, that fight scene was pretty good. He was like wrecking zombies with 2 guns, because I was figuring out how would you fight, and whoever choreographed that scene, I thought did a swell job. It was very anime-like, you know, gun kata a little bit. And then we see Asgard is destroyed, and then Korg is going on this really long speech about like how you can rebuild the foundations are strong. It'll become a haven and a beacon for people, for all the universe, and then it just blows up, and it's like, nope, it's gone. Sorry, right?
Again, this is literally the director insert saying that I kind of fucked everything up.
Yeah.
And we're starting from zero. Like that's literally that's literally like Taika walking on the screen, looking at the camera and saying, "Thor is reset now."
Yeah.
This is where we are. That's it. This is where we are. Good luck, guys. I'll see you guys in, I don't know, 3 to 6 years, depending on what Disney says. No, that's it.
That is it.
I don't know. I think again, like all the little character arcs are decently well done, but the core of the movie is always just to put Thor in a new place, as a character, or as a framework, I guess, to build around, and it succeeds, and it's a fun journey to get there.
It is. That's why I love this movie. Side note also, Isaiah called it gun fu. I called it gun kata from the movie Equilibrium, which was I enjoyed it when it came out. Not a great movie, but it's action. Anyways, I think we covered most of the movie. Let's just summarize our thoughts and feelings on it and end. We're over 3 hours. It's getting longer every time. This is only
we're at like 4 hours, dude.
Only at the second episode too. All right, yeah, all right. Let's go over real quick.
At this rate of progression, we're gonna be at like
6 hours,
24 hours.
We have to find a way to make it shorter. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. We got someone in chat saying he's adding me. What am I gonna do about it? Because I think I put my stream title Thor Ragnorak is the best movie ever. Don't add me. I'm gonna do nothing. All right. Well,
are people still watching this?
I guess. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I don't know. I guess we have viewers.
I'm so sorry.
You're sorry? No, man. It's great. We're making it. We're making it happen. We're gonna beat Joe Rogan. Anyways, thoughts real quick. I think Barry hit it on the head. The actual narrative is kind of weak. It's full of loopholes, but there are moments.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. It's not why you watch this movie. It's been here for the past hour and a half. All right, that's a lot. That's saying something. Our podcast is that long. Anyways, I thought some of the things that I liked. I'll just point out real quick. Even though there's no narrative, I thought it has some themes that it just lightly glazed over. Like the themes of loss, they don't really get into it because it's not important for them or they don't want to dwell on it. But like Thor lost a lot. We're making fun of it, how he lost everything. He lost family, like Loki and Odin. He thought Loki had died. He got him again, and it turns out Loki's a jerk, so he lost him again, and he got him again at the end, and then he dies in Infinity War. Lost of power. He lost his hammer. He lost control. Doctor Strange was completely in control of him in that moment. When he went to Sakaar, he got the taser installed. He got a little bit of loss of self. He lost his eye. He lost his hair. That scene where it's like, by Odin's beard, you shall not cut my hair unless you feel the wrath of the mighty Thor. And then he can't do anything. So says, please, kind sir, do not cut my hair. And is anything no at the end as Stanley's just coming in, and rest in peace, Stanley. Got a little bit of a redemption arc with Scourge again, like Barry said. He's just there to as an audience insert, but it's very shallow. But it's just like a little taste, like a grain of salt on the tip of your tongue. You tasted something. He's a very shallow, materialistic character, but he actually wants recognition, and then he sells out to survive because he doesn't have balls, and at the end he grows balls, and he gives his life to protect Asgard with kung fu. It's just like giving up everything to get what's really important versus giving up what's important to gain useless stuff. At the very beginning, it's like, behold my stuff. It didn't really matter. Other themes, finding yourself, like Hulk says, Hulk is always Hulk. Main theme is Thor is always Thor. He doesn't need the hammer. He's the god of thunder, not the Lord of Thunder, because of the hammer. It's because the power is within him. That kind of thing. And of course, we got Odin saying, you're stronger than me, blah, blah, blah. Valkyrie is always Valkyrie, where she's like, I'm not going to go drinking, but I'm not going to run away from my problems. And then Loki's always Loki, which was a good guy. Just took a while to get there. And then one other thing, so I'm just going to punch it all out and let you punch it all out, and we're going to end. I really like the editing in some of the scenes of this movie where they don't focus on the narrative, and it cuts out things they don't consider important and condense the narrative into really short bursts. At least in the beginning it was very short, and later it got a tad longer. Again, might be Barry pointing out them making fun of the movies being terrible before, and I didn't really think about that aspect. And then it focuses on character dialogue, and the dialogue is so good. It's very witty, it's very sharp, and there's attention to detail and plot logic for the smallest of things, whereas this completely glossed over for other things. And one complaint is, I think like that scene with Odin was kind of jarring. It didn't really fit with the movie. It doesn't have emotional build off or build up or payoff, and the editing gets sloppier as the movie goes on. And I don't think I can blame the movie for it because they have to film these scenes, and you gotta fit it in somehow. So I think they did the best with what they got. Kind of what I want to see is another Taika version, but with more of Marvel's brushstrokes on it. So like a combination of Taika and Marvel, a little mixing better. Not like, anyways. That's pretty much it. Just a little bit of short rant. Fat Thor is a ripoff of Valkyrie. Fat Thor is Valkyrie, except he's worse. Valkyrie was a better character. That's right, you heard me. That was it. I really like this movie. If you watch it, you'll notice it right from the opening sequence. There's these moments that are so strong and memorable and just hilarious. I want to memorize lines in this movie and code it word for word. Anyways, Barry, your take, and then we'll just get on out of here.
I don't know, man. I mean, I want to be clear that
dang, okay.
Despite all my griping,
yeah.
I enjoyed this movie very much. I think it's not only a good movie but a great movie.
Yeah.
Despite all its glaring flaws, I think the only reason that I can look at the glaring flaws is the rest of the movie is so enjoyable and humorous and just fun. Okay,
it's fun.
I go to movies because I want to have fun.
Totally
agree.
It's
a fun movie.
If I don't have fun with it, I don't care how well made it is. It's not gonna stick to me at all.
Yeah.
I can appreciate a well-made movie. I just won't.
I just want to color people's opinions because if you really love something, you should take a moment to look at it through a critical lens and understand that even these incredible movies can have some flaws, and you should look at them and understand them and try to see like, hey, it was wonderful, but there's this, and this, and maybe we could change this around. It's about understanding interesting media through a critical lens, you know?
Totally, I agree, because like, you know, when you were saying, oh, I like Thor, I mean, I like Ragnarok, but you know, it's not as good as Guardians. When you first said that, I was like, heck no, this is the best movie ever made. But actually, after rewatching it twice today, that's what I did to get ready, and like hearing your thoughts on it, I started to see the flaws more clearly. Like, it's actually pretty big from a narrative standpoint. Like, how they just like use these scenes to move the plot forward, but like that doesn't at the expense of logic and character development and dialogue and all that. And by far not the perfect movie, not the best movie. But I think it's good. It's a good movie, and I like it a lot. I had fun with it, like Barry said. So I think it's not the best movie ever. You can at me.
I would venture to say that it's not just a good movie; it's a great movie.
Yeah, great movie. I think in the editing and the dialogue, it has examples where you can break it down and explain why it's so great. It's just not consistent. There's no. I wish it was more consistent throughout. But that's hard. That's hard to do. I get it. You have to include like fan service scenes. You have to move the plot forward somehow, and I think you phrased it awesomely. Where it's like it's about Thor in new places. You got to put him in a new place. How do we get him there? It doesn't matter how he gets there.
Yeah, I mean, it's clearly not as good as The Last Jedi. I mean.
Oh, okay, all right. Now those are fighting words.
It's tough to get to that level of excellence.
No, oh my god, that is like. Oh my, I just can't. It just gets to me. Like Leia flying through space. I was like, what's the point of that whole scene? Why was it there? Why was that necessary? I don't understand.
I mean, it's narratively critical to the story.
Really?
I don't know.
Yeah, it is. If she didn't do that, then I don't know. Kylo wouldn't be so emo.
We'll talk about it next time. We'll talk
Okay,
about
next
it
time.
next
How
time.
about we do like a Last Jedi podcast where we're going with the argument that it's the best movie ever, and we can only go with that argument. We can't argue anything else. So we have to find.
No. Feel free to try to disavow me of my opinion that
Okay.
that is a great film.
Okay. All right.
Do your best and fail spectacularly.
No, Luke is a hobo drinking milk from alien boobs, alien sea cow boobs. That's not good.
I mean, it's just the motif, man. I mean,
it's just a motif, I guess.
It's a motif.
Oh yeah, Isaiah said he blacked out large parts of the movie for his own sanity. He's talking about The Last Jedi, obviously, not Thor Ragnorak. So, okay,
we'll talk about it next time.
All right.
We'll talk about it next time. Maybe I don't know if we should do this for the next podcast. Maybe in the lead up to the Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah, we should do it in the lead up to hype it up. It'll be better than Last Jedi. That'll be my argument, and your argument will be it can't be better than Last Jedi because Last Jedi is perfect.
No. That's not my argument at all. It's definitely not a perfect film in any way. It is an underrated movie by far.
Oh, you know what? I'm just trashing it too hard. I actually had a decent time watching it. It was just like some parts didn't make sense, but it's kind of like Lord of the Rings too. Like if I really break down Lord of the Rings, I don't think it's a good movie at all. The original trilogy that came out, because it's like the same formula where it's like, all right, here's a dialogue scene, then something happens, so they have a fight scene, and then they lose the fight, so they get chased. So there's a chase sequence, and it leads them to the next dialogue scene. It's like happens over and over again for, at least for me, that's what I felt like. Star Wars felt a little bit similar.
The Last Jedi is colored way too much with the social media perception of the movie.
Yeah, like
too many people have allowed others to tell them what their opinion should be about this movie.
Yeah.
I certainly don't think it's a great film, but at the same time, it's definitely not like the affront to human civilization.
No, okay. I am just being exaggerating. Also, we had someone drop by towards the end of the podcast. Sorry they were ending that. We've been going on for almost 4 hours. All right, I'll just finish off. Last Jedi wasn't as bad as people make it out to be. There are parts that don't really mesh together, but when I was watching it, I was like, this is an okay movie. That's my honest opinion.
I mean, okay. Let's bring it back like 3 or 4 steps.
Yeah.
Because we're summarizing our opinions on a movie.
Oh yeah, Last Jedi. Okay, all right. If you have a question, feel free to put it in chat. Yeah.
I haven't given my thoughts on Thor Ragnarok.
Oh, that's right.
Okay, it's a great movie that suffers a lot from some sloppy storytelling, but otherwise, it brought a lot of the characters. Well, it brought Thor and Hulk in a new direction. It kind of furthered. I don't think it really broke any new ground. To be honest, it did not break any new ground. It kind of reaffirmed the fact that Marvel was willing to experiment a little bit with their characters, take a few risks, and really embrace the goofiness of comic books. Or before with like Captain America, First Avenger, and like Thor 1, Thor 2, they wanted to take it really super seriously. Like this is comic books in real life.
Yeah.
And Captain America was in World War II fighting like this guy with a red skull, and he was a Nazi, and it's ridiculous. And like it's Shakespeare but with the hammer, and you're like, okay, all right. But now I think after 10, 15 movies, they figured out that after they've kind of broken people into the idea that comic book heroes can be fun and interesting and good movies, that we can take them as just movies instead of a comic book movie. We can just put characters in a situation and not have to take it too seriously. We don't have to treat it as like Black Hawk
Mhm.
Down, but with Thor and a magical lightning hammer, you know?
Gotcha. Hold on, I'll just go over this, and then we got a question in chat, kind of not related, so we'll go over it later. I don't know anything about it, but real quick, I forgot to mention that I liked Hela as a villain because even though she was ham-fisted and one-dimensional and kind of like there, not as a character, she was still more memorable and meaningful than Red Skull. Who's Red Skull? I don't know. He just yeeted it out. He teleported out. Okay, we got a question here.
Wait, hold on.
What?
Because now you're just comparing Kate Blanchett with Hugo Weaving, and that's not fair.
Okay, all right.
That's not fair. Kate
Fair enough.
Blanchett was wonderful. I think Hugo Weaving did as good as he could have done.
I'm not blaming him. I'm just blaming the writers and the fact that they just wrote him out. Whereas I love Hugo Weaving, and if they had let him be Hugo Weaving, Red Skull would have been amazing.
By the way,
yeah.
Red Skull in Infinity War and Endgame was not Hugo Weaving. It was another guy doing his best Hugo Weaving impression as Red Skull.
I figured because I remember reading that the reason why he teleported out and didn't show up was that he didn't want to film anymore. I don't know if it was like in that exact movie or afterwards, but afterwards you don't see him again, so I believe that.
I don't know the behind the scenes, but
yeah.
I mean, like they both did like a full on super cheese ham comic book, like we are the villain, and like I'm the villain, and I'm on a stage and I'm gonna pontificate at you about how I am right and you are wrong. And they both had charisma and they did their best, but Kate Blanchett had like a full like decade of movies in front of her to build on that performance.
Gotcha. Real quick, we can keep talking about it. This person asked, did Betty White die? I thought she was still alive.
That is a very good question. I'm gonna Google that right now.
It might be a hoax. I don't know.
I see nothing on Wikipedia. I don't know.
I don't know if she did die. That's tragic. But
I see no age of
pass
death.
on doing the show.
She probably passed on doing this. Okay, so it's a Golden Girls reboot?
I don't know. I got no opinion on it. I don't really have a attachment to that.
Okay, right, so Golden Girls reboot. It's fully possible. So okay, so as a backdrop, what entertainment, new media, and Hollywood is dealing with at the moment is that it's never been easier to make a product. Right? You can just, like, any schmuck with a camera and an internet connection can put something on YouTube or whatever, right?
Yeah.
But it's never been harder to get something seen. And this is not an original thought by me. I saw this has been said before, I think by many people. Most notably, I think the writer of I'm way too drunk for this.
Okay.
Anyway, this is not an original idea, but like anybody can put something and put it out there, but it's really hard to get it seen, right?
Yeah.
And what a lot of production companies and a lot of studios are falling back on are known IPs. So if you have something that connects with audiences in any manner, it's worth non-zero dollars, right?
Okay, I just want to hop in there real quick, dude. Disney has been on this remake train. I'm kind of getting tired of it. You got The Lion King, you got The Jungle Book live action, you got Mulan live action coming in. Dude, what is going on? It's like they don't have any ideas for just making all these animated films into live action films now. Not that I'm complaining, but it's just like
exactly. So you have like you have Beauty and the Beast, you
Beauty
have
and the
Lion
Beast.
King, you have Maleficent, all these
Okay,
movies.
Beauty and the Beast was pretty decent, just putting that in there.
I mean, it's not that they're bad movies per se, it's that they're banking on IP recognition, and I mean it's a business, right? They have
There's
to
no
make...
risk. There's no
No, there's still risk. It's mitigated risk.
Mitigated risk. I'm just saying like they're not taking any risks.
Is if you're gonna blame the resurgence of remakes and derivative products on anyone, it's financial producers, not creative producers. In Hollywood, they're like, if you see a producer credit, it doesn't mean anything. Okay, it means they could be a producer in charge of securing locations for shooting. It could be a producer in charge of creative ideas, like they could be sitting in with a writing room. They could be like the comic book expert, or they could be the financial producer, which means I am sitting in front of a spreadsheet all day.
Yeah.
And my job is to make sure
numbers
that
go up.
this movie does not go over budget. Okay?
Yep.
And the financial producers all get together in a room and they look at a let's say in the modern day, they look at a script and they say, hey, here's an original script called Star Wars, and it's probably going to cost like $180 million to film. And it's directed by a no-name director with very limited film credentials, written by somebody with not very much talent or like credentials again, and it's going to be cast by a bunch of no-name actors and then Harrison Ford.
Yeah.
And it's going to cost $180 million or whatever, and we're going to have to promote it for another probably like $50 to $100 million in order for it to produce X amount of income, right? And it has this amount of risk. Okay, so that's like $300 to $400 million of financial risk for this IP on a untested script from an unknown writer and an unknown director. Awesome. Or we could remake Flash Gordon, which is a known IP. And we can have it from this writer that we've known for 10 years, and he's made a few movies that have had modest profit. And we can bring in the director that's made like a few movies that have been mediocre, that have made a little bit of profit, and then we can cast a couple of A-list or B-list actors that have some brand recognition. And there is literally a formula for this. Okay, there is a formula with Q value and known like social media hit value that can tell you how many of a certain like demographic that actors and directors and writers will hit, and they put it together and they say, hey, this script will cost us $50 million to make, and we will have to promote it for maybe $40 million, and we'll hit these demographics and will make us X amount of dollars over the next 2 years. It might not make initial rake, but we will make our money back. And a financial producer will say, stamp, we make money, done. This is my job on the line here. I'm not going to take a risk. I'm going to sign off on this, and we're going to make a little bit of money on it, and that's awesome, okay? Because now, in order to get a movie seen, you have to spend like $100 million on it, okay? Like, tell me in the last year any small market movies you have seen. Go ahead, list them.
I don't even watch big screen movies. Like and big like mainstream. I don't just watch movies in general.
Exactly. Tell me, have you seen like a small like art house cinema movie? Have you seen like a small
I've seen
like
Primer.
first production? Okay, Primer.
Primer is
They came out.
excellent.
They came out like 15 years ago.
Yeah, I
Sam.
know. I know.
A new release, no reputation, no name director, no name writer. Tell me the last movie you saw that came from nowhere.
Yeah, it's just Primer. That was the last one.
Yeah, that doesn't count because it's been out for 20 years.
But I would be willing to watch it if someone told me it was good. Like a person,
exactly.
like if you told me you watched the movie, it was good. That's why I watched Primer because I remember Billy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Billy told me. I think it was Billy. It might have been Billy. Anyways, Billy like check this movie out. It's awesome, and I think everyone else watched it too, and they said it was awesome. So I checked it out, and I was like, this movie is great.
Yeah, so that's word of mouth, right?
It's word of mouth.
Yeah, that doesn't sell, Sam.
I know.
It's word of mouth.
Primer is still not a big movie. It's just like one more person watched
it. It's like a cult. It's a cult sci-fi, like a scene film, and it's not going to make a lot of money. It's made its money back now, after 20 years. Okay.
Yeah.
But like, if you're a studio like Marvel, Disney, whatever any of the bigger studios are willing, they're going to put their movies out into mainstream like tentpole release, like competing with movies that have spent massive budgets. Again, we're coming back to the problem. You can make as much as you want, but nobody's going to watch it because all the main movies that are making money, like all the Marvel movies, they have budgets of like $100 million.
Yeah.
And that's like a small movie.
Yeah, I know.
A small movie is like $30 to $50 million now. Before, a small movie like the Blair Witch Project was made on like duct tape and
spit, gum, handheld cam.
Okay, those movies, they don't exist, Sam. They don't exist anymore.
I think
without the perfect storm of like social media, like explosion and like amazing like audience reaction and like coming out of like art house theaters and like film festivals, like no one cares. They don't make money. Okay, on a budget of nothing,
it's
you
true.
can still make nothing.
I think one thing that's funny though is like, you know, the movies that are straight to Netflix or a streaming service, right? Those still have big budgets and big name actors. Like, what was that one from Netflix with Will Smith where it's like an alien? No, there's like elf cops in it.
They have budgets.
I know. I'm just saying they have really big budgets. I'm just saying that.
So this is like kind of a Wild West for streaming services, but that's kind of a different discussion. What we're talking about is remakes.
Yeah, remakes. I know. I'm just saying like.
But like the streaming services, Netflix, Amazon, those guys are starting to have money that they can throw around.
But
they
still
can say, hey,
a lot, yeah.
We have this project, like we have some interesting actors. Like the only reason that series got made was because Will Smith signed to it. If Will Smith did not sign to that, it's gone.
Will Smith, though, what is he doing? Oh, that's hot.
I mean, for better or for worse, hot. like whether it's good or bad, he's got some pull, right?
No, I understand the point because you know, there's really no new IPs that are being made right now because you're not guaranteed to make money, and even if there is, it's usually the budgets are way larger than most people can afford. So it's these streaming services with a huge pool of money with known actors.
Yeah, I mean, exactly.
Yeah, but
you have some interesting IPs, and like what used to be like a gateway film to introduce a new director, that like kind of doesn't happen anymore. They get stuck in the streaming loop, and then, like I said, in the next few years, I expect the entire paradigm to kind of evolve or shift, because it used to be you make like a small market film, you get your name out there, then you make a little bit bigger film with a bigger budget, and you're like, oh, okay, we got noticed by studios, and now I'm in the international studio market, Universal, Disney, whatever picks me up, and I can make a bigger film. And now it's like, hey, I'm on Netflix for my film, and now I'm on Netflix for my film, and my next film is also on Netflix, and I'm still on Netflix, and like 15 people have seen my movie, and it cost like, I don't know, like $15 million. I don't know. Anyway, the point I'm coming to is that I think people are still figuring out what makes an IP popular these days.
Yeah.
And newer stuff is coming out, interesting stuff is coming out where people are experimenting and it's finding an audience. But you still have this old school thought that, and it's true, that you can bank on IP to make X amount of dollars and try to recoup it on international sales, whatever, and still make money.
We're just talking about that. Men in Black International. You're just talking about
Men
that.
in Black International. This movie had made like reducing returns about like 30% per film. The first one made like adjusted gross like 250, 300 million, something like that. I don't know. I don't remember my numbers. And the next one made like 170, and the next one made like 120. Each film made a little bit less, but it still made some amount of money. So like a financial producer can put that into a calculator and say, hey, this film's probably going to make like $140 million. They're going to budget it for $40 million, hire these actors and make this amount of money. Great. I'll sell this to the studio and I'll keep my job and I'll make a nice little bonus.
Yeah.
Awesome. Stupendous. Superb. You're like, okay, well now we get like a regurgitated, like passionless Men in Black remake, and I'm sure it'll be an okay film, but it's not going to be like no one's going to make, like, that's not going to be Star Wars, right? Star Wars was like, hey, this movie is going to cost us a shit ton of money with basically no name actors and a no name director, and we're just gonna, it's going to be whatever. Good luck, guys.
Yeah.
There's too much skin in the game now. Like, it costs too much to get your movie seen, because to get it seen you have to spend so much more on like the trailer, the advertisement, all this little crap. So to come back to that point, do you think Netflix will still go through with the Golden Girls reboot if their financial producers can come up with a formula that adjusts based on the actors they're hiring and the budget they're going through with? Absolutely. No question. No question. If they own the IP, if they can buy the IP, no question. It might be garbage, but it'll probably still make money. And then, like, I might hate it, you might hate it, but it might still make money, and they'll make it.
All right. One side note, Isaiah said, I think he brought up a good point. Streaming services need to try to retain and gain viewership, so they're always trying to produce exclusive content. So I think we're gonna see. So I remember, just a side note, I remember people talking about this where they're like, oh, Hollywood paradigm's gonna shift, right? Like you said, we don't know how it's gonna end. I just feel like it's gonna be little mini versions of Hollywood, like on Netflix, on Amazon, on Google, on Apple. I feel like nothing's really gonna change, but it's me being a little pessimistic. Yeah.
I don't know that it's gonna change or not, but we're like, this is the Wild West right now.
It is. It's the Wild West. I hope it changes for the.
Right now we're living. This is like Hollywood in like the 1940s, 1950s.
It's first starting out.
Where we're still figuring shit out. Like, we're still figuring out the platform. We're still figuring out the approach, the financials, like what makes a good movie, like not a good movie, but like a movie that makes money, you know? Because it's a transition period, right? Streaming services are right now becoming powerful, like truly powerful, to the point where Netflix can leverage their financials to create an entire IP and push it and make money off of it. And that's like the tipping point, right? where before, in order to make money, you had to be like produced by like Universal or Warner Brothers or one of these big studios to make a really big AAA title. And now they can just go and produce something from streaming straight to streaming and make money only through streaming, right?
Yeah.
So in the next, I don't know. I truly do not know. Like I would guess based on like pure gut feeling and nothing more. Like in the next 5 years or so, it's going to be the Wild West. You know, what takes shape in the next 5 years will really define what comes for a very long time afterwards. When people figure out what to do with streaming,
Totally.
and kind of a similar story with like esports, but that's like a couple years ahead of the curve as far as I don't know if it's ahead or behind. I can't really decide, but it's alongside of entertainment streaming, as far as where that's going.
Yeah.
Because traditionally you'd have like NBA or MLB or whatever broadcast to NBC, like a wide interest network.
MGL.
Yeah. I mean,
okay. Or
MGL
MLG. Yeah.
MLG was the prototype.
Yeah.
And they tried to understand and define the corporate structure of how it would go, and they had some limited success. But now with expanded broadband and like Twitch and streaming services, like it's a whole new game.
Totally.
And this is the Wild West, dude. Like millions, tens, hundreds of millions are trading hands right now as we speak. Like major names are buying out esports organizations. They're buying out like portions of Netflix, Hulu. Like we discussed earlier, Disney just took a controlling stake of Hulu. They control Hulu now because people are suddenly understand like, oh my god, like if people can just digest media from their phone anywhere, anytime, hey, maybe we don't need to get them into the theater and spend $50 on a popcorn and a Diet Coke to make a profit off of them. So I don't know, man.
Do you know what you can do for the popcorn? It's a little gross, but you know those buckets, some of them have free refills. I'm just saying, if you see one in the garbage, like on the top of the garbage, you can just like scoop it and like, clean it out a bit, but like get a free refill.
I don't know. I went off on a little bit of a spiel right there, but like a lot is going to happen in the next.
Yeah, I think so too.
In the next couple years, and it's going to become history.
Also, I want to add in on top of that real quick, because you gotta keep in trend with what the youngins are doing, these kids. And the scary thing for me is they're more into YouTube. I'm talking about like YouTubers than they are into regular TV shows and movies. They're still, thankfully they're still in it, but like their bar is so low because when they first encounter something that like visual media, it's from a YouTuber, and these YouTubers aren't properly trained, nor do they want to be. They're just there to produce content with the least amount of effort. And not all of them, right? That's doing a disservice. I should take that back. Some of them are just trying to put out content with the least amount of effort to get a lot of money, and that's what these kids are growing up with, and that's their bar. That's they know YouTubers more than they do actual actors, some of them. And I think maybe they'll change things too. Anyways, dang, dude. Over 4 hours? Okay.
Yeah, we're hitting the 4-hour mark here.
All right, we're getting longer.
I've already given my closing marks of the movie, but to sum up my view on like this, the rehashing of IP. Again, we're in this transitory period. People still don't really. I don't understand it. I just see that people don't understand what is happening right now with streaming media and broadband, and I would call it light, sweet entertainment. Where before we would have to sit down and commit, like 10, 20, 30 bucks to watch a movie in a theater or whatever. Now it's just you can go online and pop onto your favorite YouTube channel and whatever. And people are still adjusting to this new paradigm shift, and it's the Wild West. People are trying to understand how to create content targeted towards this entirely new theater. Okay, we had okay. So to put into perspective, once upon a time we had theater, right? Shakespeare. You pay for a ticket price. You go to a theater. You watch a play, and that was the play. And then you go and you talk to your friends about it. And then we had vaudeville, which was like a more interactive theater. Audience interaction and like musicals and this stuff. And then we had the introduction to cinema, which was moving pictures on the screen where you didn't require actors in person. You could ship this out to the entire world.
Yeah.
Okay, major paradigm shift. It was like it was probably the biggest entertainment paradigm shift since the fucking printing press. People were flabbergasted. It was wholly new, and it took a very long time for people to figure that out and to understand how to take really financial advantage of it with like Gone with the Wind and like newsreels and all this stuff. It took a long time. And now we are in the information age where broadband and internet has reached a point where I'm watching your stupid dumb face across the internet squinting at the screen
I'm even
talking about
squinting
movies.
at the screen right now. I'm squinting at Discord because Isaiah wrote something in it, but yeah.
and this is entertainment value to all 6 of our viewers right now. And,
I'm pretty sure 3 of them are us. Me, you, Isaiah.
3 of them are us.
50% is us.
And like there are think tanks and boardroom meetings and like thousands of people collectively shitting their pants about how to adjust to this, and it's literally the Wild West. Like, I mean, I don't know how to. I can't tell you where it's gonna go, but consider the shift that happened between pre-cinema, between like before there was such thing as moving pictures, before Charlie Chaplin, before any of those guys, before any of that, and then what happened afterwards. That is what's happening right now. You're living it right now, and this rehashing of IP, this retelling of popular stories, it's the same thing that happened in that era, in the first coming of cinema.
You know what I'm afraid
the stories that were told.
Yep.
That shit was not new, dude. It was a rehashing, a retelling, a reinterpretation of classic gags, of classic stories, of classic plots, of classic characters, but in a new media. And that's what we're seeing right now. Literally right now. We are living it right now. You're living history right now. Okay? Like 20, 30, 40 years from now, when you're on your deathbed, lonely and alone because you never had kids, or if you
got too real there, got too real there,
or if you're telling it to your grandkids, like back in the day, we had to deal with 480 like 240p streaming services because Comcast was a bunch of bullshit. Like we're living it right now, and my answer. My very long-winded answer to the rehashing of IP, Golden Girls, is absolutely. It doesn't matter who the actors are. It doesn't matter like what the IP is. Okay, it could be the most beloved. I could be Mickey Mouse, like reimagined as like a PogChamp face on legs. Okay, if it makes money, it's gonna happen.
Dude, it's gonna happen. I want to make a Photoshop of that now. Mickey Mouse as a PogChamp face on legs. Oh, okay. Oh, before we end here, I just want to add in. Dude, I'm just afraid of ads showing up on everything. Just calling it. Everything's gonna have ads. TV shows are gonna be ads in disguise.
It's entirely possible because YouTube has been slowly creeping towards that. they've been upping and upping and upping the ad game. It's a delicate balance right now because people still don't understand what profitability is. YouTube, as far as I understand, YouTube still does not make money.
I've read that too. Like, I mean, that could be another discussion, but yeah, it doesn't make money.
I don't know. It's a really long rant to answer a very simple question, but people still don't really understand how to make money across streaming media, across light, sweet media. And as long as people don't understand, they will go back to what is easy, which is rehashed IPs. Beauty and the Beast. Disney has 100 years of IPs to go through before they go creatively bankrupt.
I think they're remaking Lady and the Tramp.
I'm fucking sure they are. They already did it. Like they did
Yeah.
Oh man, what was the one with the cats and dogs?
All Dogs Go to Heaven?
No, City Cat. I remember the song from the film because I really liked it. Why do I worry? Why do I care? You know?
No, doesn't ring a bell.
It's Lady in the Trap, except it was with the cat and the dog.
What? I don't remember that at all. Was this Disney?
Yes, that was fucked. Oh my god. It was a great movie. It was a great OST.
Fox and the Hound? I remember that one.
Okay, no, that's the same.
I mean, it's a dog and a fox, concept. Right? Wait, it's a romance?
It's about a cat and a dog, and they're in the city, and there's some stuff that maybe I'm thinking of a different movie. I don't know, but it's the same concept. They're just gonna rehash everything because there's a boardroom meeting and a bunch of old white guys in suits that are responsible for millions of dollars, and they say we have to make money, and we have these IPs, and we know they will make X amount of dollars for Y amount of investment.
Quick interjection: was it Oliver and Company, or was it the Aristocats?
The Aristocats. Right. Yeah, that's it. Okay, the Aristocats. The Lady and the Tramp was also a cat and dog movie. I'm confused because they all involve cats and dogs.
Cats are evil. That's all I need to know. Maybe that's why I blocked it out of my memory, because it's cats.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. So, okay, Golden Girls. Nothing is sacred. Okay. These are my closing thoughts. If you're wondering, I wonder if Gone with the Wind will be remade. I wonder if Christmas Carol will be remade, which has been remade like dozens of times already.
Muppets Christmas Carol, best one, by the way.
Yeah, sure, why not? I wonder if they're gonna remake Ghostbusters for the third time because the last one was
no.
Yeah, they will.
No more, please. Not Ghostbusters.
It's gonna make money.
Wait, I'm surprised they haven't remade Terminator. I'm just saying, they remade RoboCop. They ruined Onyx.
They did. They already rebooted it twice.
Oh, you're right. You're right. They rebooted it, but not an actual remake, right?
No, they had Terminator 1, 2. They had the one with Christian Bale.
That was Salvation?
Salvation, okay, and then they had Genesis. And I don't know. It's an IP.
4 was the female Terminator with the inflatable boobs. I remember that.
I don't care.
Yeah,
I don't.
Her boobs got bigger. I'm just saying.
They remade Predator. They remade Predator.
Oh, they did. Oh my god.
They remade Predator, which was barely a profitable IP back in the day. They remade that twice already. Okay.
You got a point there. Yeah, I forgot about all these remakes.
Okay, you forget about them because they were made and thrown away before even the streaming services environment came into place, because like Hollywood doesn't care about creativity, originality. They care about making money, dude.
It's all about the dollar bills.
they just need to keep money flowing in, and as long as they can sit in a boardroom and justify to a bunch of crusty old guys that X plus Y equals Z amount of dollars with whatever amount of investment that's less than that, they can sell it and they can make it. And nothing is sacred. Good luck. Good luck, guys. I hope you're not worshipping any of your previous IPs, because that shit, like, good luck. Good luck.
Good luck indeed. Alright, it's all about the money. On that note, let's end.
Yeah, that's a wonderful note to end
on money.
Very optimistic.
Yeah, very optimistic. Everything's for the money, no creativity. Alright, that's how you know we're not Hollywood, because we're not creative, but we're also not about the money. So I don't know what this says about us.
Yeah, I would say that I'm making approximately negative $175 on this podcast.
Yeah. That's right. We're doing it for negative money. We're losing money. Alright, let's go. I'll do my sign off real quick. I'll just thank the people hosting us, and then the people in chat, and everything else, and then we'll say our goodbyes and get on out of here. Dang. 420, anyone? No. Okay, Spranks, Trying to Kill X, Mr. Mac, Oakface Gaming, Kellen Calmore, IRECFAT137, Agent Neon, Drothmar, Whoop-de-doo. Thank you so much for hosting. I shouldn't say me anymore, it's us. The best podcast in the world. We're gonna beat Joe Rogan. You heard it here. And then dropping by in chat, we got Snatcher Nout, Tilted Moon, Awesome Factory, who is Barry right here. Gave me bits. Hey, actually I gained some money. Alright, there you go. TP Poker. Thank you for dropping by in chat. Oh yeah, Barry, thank you for the bits, man. You're giving me money to do my own podcast, so awesome. You're the sponsor.
Shout out to Isaiah recording from Hawaii with his potato on a wire.
Yeah, he went to a mall. He walked around for 1 hour looking for a place that he could record. That's dedication, dude. I think when I see that, we're gonna make it. We're gonna make something of this. Maybe not this exact format or this thing we're doing, but something's gonna come out of this. I feel it.
I hope somebody out there gained something from this, because I certainly did.
They definitely did. Once they hear you urinating on this podcast, they're gonna be like, my desires have been fulfilled, and then they're gonna send you money to do it again.
I've gained a new cynical disappreciation for the industrial film and cinematic production quality that exists out in the universe.
All right. I think that's it. How do we end it? We say bye. Hollywood's all about the money. Thor Ragnarok's good. Yeah.
Sure. Let's end it on a positive note.
Okay.
Despite all the cynical, the machinations of media out there, good movies can still be made.
Yeah.
You know.
People like Taika get found. You know, they get to direct a bigger budget film than they normally would.
Yeah, Taika came from making artistic little movies. Like, this is something Marvel has experimented with, and they've failed spectacularly on a couple movies. They've brought in directors that come from
I still
really
like first Thor, okay? I still like Kenneth Branagh.
I mean that's perfectly valid. Yeah. Like, they come from really low budget, niche movies, and they're like, hey, here's $100 million, over 100 times the budgets of your last movie. Go make Thor 3, and they do it, And sometimes it works, and sometimes it's Eric Wright and Ant-Man.
Wait, I thought Ant-Man was okay.
Yeah, but he didn't end up filming that movie. They fired him,
Oh.
or he quit.
That's unfortunate. Oh wait, wasn't he gonna make it more funny? Right?
That's a question lost to the annals of film history. Nobody's ever gonna really know. And until 20 years later, when they release Behind the Ant-Man on Fox,
true.
nobody's gonna really know because nobody's gonna talk about it. But like they put these directors in and they give them a shot, and they might make a great movie. And Taika make a great movie. James Gunn made a great movie. I mean, the Russo brothers, who came from television and had a respectable CV, but like nothing really earth shattering. They came in, they made Winter Soldier into Civil War into Infinity War and Endgame. They did a fantastic job.
Wait, they did Civil War? Because that's one of my...
Yeah,
I like
they
it a
did
lot.
Civil War.
Yeah, okay.
They came from television. They came from, I mean, good television, but it was still television, which is, you know, the very first step in like a skyscraper of bullshit you have to navigate, and they just launched him up. Joss Whedon, who had pretty good creds, but before that he had made
Buffy.
He'd made
Firefly,
Buffy,
Dollhouse.
Firefly, Dollhouse, and that was he had written a couple comic books, and that was it. He had never really directed $100 million budget film before, and they were like, "Hey, you want like $100 million to make a comic?
Heck yeah!
Yeah, go. Good luck. If you fuck it up, it's your fault."
Yeah.
You know?
Okay, side note from Isaiah, probably they fired him because they didn't like the direction that he was taking the film for creative differences. Although they did still use a late part of the script he helped write. For Ant-Man, referring back to Ant-Man.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Isaiah. Yeah, Isaiah's definitely fired.
Oh no,
he's garbage.
He doesn't get paid. we don't. None of us get paid yet. So
I mean, I've fired plenty of unpaid interns. I don't know about you.
Oh, you're right. No. Prisoners with jobs. I don't like that word.
Prisoners with jobs.
Prisoners with jobs.
As an official prisoner with job, you're fucking fired. Jesus Christ.
Now he's a prisoner without a job. Just a prisoner. All right. I think we covered everything. We're gonna have to probably figure out a way to exit smoother. There we have it. Next week we'll talk about one or two of Taika's movies. Where the Wilder people live, or what we do in the shadows. Intern more like a prisoner with a job. I think what we can do to keep it shorter is probably have one main thing we each want to talk about and put that in the outline, and then that'll be shorter then. Hopefully. Maybe it'll be too short then, like 10 minutes. We'll see where it goes. Alright, with that, let's say our goodbyes here. Tune in next time. We're gonna be on air, I think, around midnight. I'll say 11:30 US Central Time, 11:30 p.m. And hopefully be shorter. Exactly 4:20. We gotta end right now. Alright, thank you for everyone dropping by and listening. Really appreciate it. Thank you to my co-hosts here, Barry and Isaiah, taking their time out. Again, shout out to Isaiah for walking an hour around a mall in Hawaii just to find a place with Wi-Fi and quiet enough to record a podcast on. He did this in his free time on a vacation to Hawaii. So thanks to Barry as well. Don't give him any credit. All right.
Quality was garbage.
All right, it was pretty bad. It was windy. There's kids in the background. I just wanted to yell through the mic, "Shut up, kid! You're too loud. Where's your mama at?" All right. Barry, you want to say anything? Sign off. Unpaid intern, yes. We're all unpaid interns. I was the only one that got paid actually. Barry gave me some money.
Shout out to everyone that sat through all of this. I hope you appreciated our long, rambling, mostly directionless talk about whatever the hell came to our minds. It was fun.
Fun. That's right. That's how you know we're not about the money. We don't have any creativity, and we're not doing it for the money. So we're better than Hollywood, and we're better than indie people because we got no imagination. All right. On that note, I'm gonna end it because it's 4:20. All right. See everyone next week.
Bye.
Bye. Isaiah saying bye. He's just in a Discord. Oh, we got someone dropping it.